Magic Chef of Ice and Fire Chapter 248 to Chapter 256. Nianbing nodded. Xianxia was right. Even if Nianbing's abilities were on par with his, it would be very difficult to stop him if the other party deliberately wanted to do so. Master Overlord, just say what you want to say. Perhaps your suggestion will pique our interest. Xianxia stared at Nianbing and said, "What I want to say is very simple. No one can predict the outcome of this war, but we can minimize the scale of the war. My suggestion is very simple. Both sides will send out their strongest experts and the war will be reduced to a contest between a small number of people. No matter which side wins, the losing side will have to self-destruct unconditionally." Nianbing's heart skipped a beat. She immediately understood what Xianxia meant. She could not help but laugh coldly and said, "Lord Overgod, are you joking? Let's not talk about the strength of the experts on both sides. Just the credibility of your gods is enough to make me worried. So what if we defeat your experts? Will the gods under your command all commit suicide? Moreover, although the outcome of this war is unpredictable, I believe that Lord Xianxia also understands that we are the ones who are more likely to win. Your suggestion seems to be too ridiculous." Xianxia looked coldly at Nianbing and said, "You don't believe me? I've said before that this is a good thing for both sides. If you win, you can exchange the lives of all the gods with the smallest price. If we win, then the Yangon mainland will be ours from now on. Using the smallest loss to determine the outcome of the war is not a bad thing for you. Do you want your army to be buried here? As for our credibility, I naturally have a way to prove it to you. Our continent of gods has 3 Lord True Gods. They once taught me a spell called the God's Curse. Make an oath in this spell. This is impossible to change. The spell will extract the essence of heaven and earth and can be activated at any time. The God's Curse will act according to the oath made by both sides. If we lose in the end, then we don't have to commit suicide. The God's Curse can take away the lives of all the gods." After hearing Xianxia's words, Nianbing's heart trembled. He also knew about the Curse of God. This incantation really did exist. Back then, Cao and Xianxia had explained the mysteries of this incantation to him in detail. This super curse could be said to have reached the standard of a 16th tier spell. After the spell was cast, the radius of the spell was as high as hundreds of square kilometers. Apart from the 4 true gods, no one could escape from this curse. At the same time, the conditions for using this curse were extremely harsh. It required a powerful living person as a blood sacrifice and a special method to succeed. Although Xianxia was powerful enough, he was not a sorcerer and was not as powerful as a true god. It seemed impossible to cast this incantation. Nianbing asked doubtfully, "Master Xianxia, can you perform this incantation?" Xianxia replied indifferently, "Why not? A long time ago, I completed this incantation with the help of a few true gods and sealed it in this god's blood curse stone." A faint red light lit up in front of Xianxia. It was a dark red gemstone. The gemstone was very transparent. Although it did not emit any magical elements and did not flicker with any form of light, it had just appeared. Nianbing immediately felt his magical power and mental strength stagnate. The strong pressure seemed to have frightened all the magical elements. Xianxia continued, "Of course, I prepared this god's curse to enslave some important humans on the Yangon continent. Under my coercion, they only need to swear allegiance to me in the god's curse. They will forever be my subordinates, and even their descendants will carry on this curse. However, I can only use it here now. I'm not afraid to tell you my goal. I want to obtain the final victory with the least loss. However, I don't know whether the victory will belong to us. What this god's curse needs now is a strong enough blood sacrifice. This should be enough to prove my sincerity, right? In the face of the god's curse, there is no need for any credibility." Nianbing nodded. "Then, according to Master Xianxia's plan, how do we decide the battle between the strong and the oath?" Xianxia had obviously thought of his plan. He replied indifferently, "It's very simple. You and I will each pick 5 people. 3 out of 5 matches. The loser will be destroyed by the god's curse." Nianbing laughed. "Master Xianxia's plan is really good. You have 4 overgods. 3 out of 5 matches. Do we have a chance of winning?" Xianxia smiled indifferently and said, "This doesn't seem to be something a strong person should say. Don't you have confidence in yourselves?" Nianbing shook her head and said, "This isn't a matter of confidence. Under the circumstances where we have a certain advantage, why should I take the risk and enter a battle of 3 out of 5 with you? How about this, Master Xianxia? Let's decide the outcome of this battle between the two of us. Under the witness of the god's curse, we will not rest until one of us dies." Nianbing's gaze was firm as she stared into Xianxia's eyes. This time, it was Xianxia's turn to be surprised. "Are you saying that you want to fight me one-on-one?" He could not believe his ears. Although this young man's aura was strong, it did not seem to be enough to contend with him. He did not understand why Nianbing would make such a choice. Nianbing said firmly, "That's right. It's a one-on-one battle between you and me. Of course, I have to remind you that I have my own mount and weapon. These should be counted as part of my personal strength." Although there was no change in Xianxia's expression, he was constantly calculating in his heart. He knew that since Nianbing dared to make such a suggestion, she naturally had her own confidence. Under such circumstances, he naturally had to be extra careful. After all, this battle was too important for the gods. Xianxia had only made such a decision after careful consideration. Although he did not have absolute confidence that he could win against all the strong opponents, this was the only way to obtain the greatest benefits when they won. Xianxia was gambling on the aspect that he had the most confidence in. Xianxia's mind was racing. He thought about Nianbing's performance in the first battle. At that time, he did not pay much attention to Nianbing. In his eyes, Nianbing's strongest combat power was naturally her spiritual power physical attack, as well as some assistance from magic. Now that he heard about weapons and mounts, he recalled that the sorcerer in front of him was also a dragon sorcerer. Furthermore, he seemed to have the strength to use a super artifact. If that was the case, perhaps his overall strength was not inferior to his own. However, did Xianxia have any other choice now? He was also not confident that he could win 3 out of 5 battles. Although the overgods under him were not weak, Hegemon god Quanjuan had yet to recover from his serious injuries. Moreover, Silver was too cunning. Ever since he lost his ability as a man, their morale was at an all-time low. Similarly, the other party only had a few level 14 experts. It was difficult to predict the outcome. Although the god of exploration, Lu Sua, had a certain degree of confidence in winning, including himself, they only had 2 chances of winning. If the young and powerful sorcerer in front of him chose Lu Sua as his opponent, it would be difficult to win even if they won 3 out of 5 battles. Since that was the case, why not take control of the battle in his own hands? As the king of the overgods, how could he be afraid of a human youth? Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart surged with pride. He nodded and said, "All right, then let the 2 of us decide the outcome of this battle." Nianbing, Fengnu and Lanshan reminded her. They had witnessed Xianxia's strength with their own eyes. How could they be willing to let Nianbing take the risk? Nianbing smiled and said, "It's all right. This might be the best way. If I can win, then our army won't suffer so many losses, right? Sir Xianxia, please wait. We'll go back and discuss this. I think it's time for you to start preparing the curse of the gods." Xianxia nodded. After watching Nianbing and the other 2 return, he flew back to the group of gods. He had already thought of who to use for the curse of the gods' blood catalyst. Before returning to the Rangoon continent's allied army, Fengnu said anxiously, "Nianbing, how could you agree to his request? Haven't you seen Xianxia's strength? He's a level 15 expert." Luo Ro and the others also focused their attention on Nianbing. As they were too far away, they did not hear the conversation between Nianbing and Xianxia. Nianbing glanced at Fengnu and smiled. "Why? Don't you have confidence in your husband? Although Xianxia is a level 15 expert, your husband is also a level 14 expert. In addition to the level 14 Emperor Kurobutsu, the other 6 sword souls, and Oscar, my overall strength may not be weaker than Xianxia's. The curse of the gods is a very overbearing curse. If I can defeat Xianxia, then the cost of this battle will be greatly reduced. Xianxia is right. If he kills without regard for anything, even I won't be able to stop him. When that time comes, too many of our people will die. Without waiting for Luo Ro and the others to ask, Nian Bing explained Shijia's conditions in detail. After hearing Nian Bing's words, the leaders of the four-nation allied army fell into deep thought. Prince Rong looked a little older than he had in the first battle. He was not like Zaji, who did not have any energy in his body and could easily change his physique. With Prince Rong's magic cultivation and natural magic resistance, Nian Bing could only gradually restore his body and magic power. Nian Bing, isn't this decision of yours too bold? You must know that this concerns the lives of hundreds of thousands of our people. If you fight with Xijia, it will be equivalent to a huge gamble. Your gambling capital is hundreds of thousands of soldiers and all the human powerhouses, even the future of the entire Rangoon continent. Nian Bing naturally understood what Prince Rong meant. She smiled and said, "Grandfather, you should know that I'm not someone who is overconfident. Indeed, I don't have absolute confidence in defeating Xijia. However, is his god's curse really that powerful? The god's curse is indeed something that can't be violated by powerhouses below level 16. Once the curse is created, it will exert its power at the same time as the oath ends. However, Xijia is too confident in this curse. The god's curse is a special ability of the god of order, the god of time, and the god of destruction. As the opposition of the three true gods, the god of life and the god of death have their own ways to deal with it. I think that Xijia doesn't know about my relationship with the two true gods. He has the god's curse, but do you think I don't have a way to counteract it? Indeed, the price of gambling with hundreds of thousands of lives and the future of the Rangoon continent is too great. However, what if we don't have to pay anything for this gamble? Is it worth it?" Prince Rong was stunned. "Are you saying that you have a way to counteract the god's curse? However, Xijia is the king of gods. Is he so easily fooled?" Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "Even though he's the king of gods, he's too confident in himself. He's also too confident in the curse of the gods. That's what I'm using. There's not much time now, so I can't explain too much to you. My battle with Xijia definitely won't be completed in a short period of time. While we're fighting, you guys can start making arrangements. If I win, naturally, all the problems will be solved. Under the effects of the god's curse, these gods will disappear forever. However, if I lose, you guys will immediately take action. I believe that even if there's a gap between Xijia and me, it's definitely very small. Even if he can defeat me, he'll have to pay a huge price. At that time, you guys will definitely be able to destroy him if you attack with all your might. The three remaining overgods among the gods are far inferior to us in terms of overall strength. Now, they can only rely on Xijia's tyrannical strength. My battle with Xijia is equivalent to being besieged by two 14th level experts, 6 13th level experts, and a giant dragon. As long as you guys are prepared to deal a heavy blow to the gods when I'm defeated, the victory of this battle will still belong to us. Since the other party will think that the god's curse will be effective against us, their defenses will definitely be weakened. After this attack, I believe that there will be no more suspense about victory." Naturally, Nian Bing would not agree to Xijia's request without considering it. Back then, when Kahl had mentioned the curse of the gods to him, he had purposely taught him a method to deal with this curse. He was afraid that Nian Bing would unknowingly be enslaved if he encountered any of the three true gods or faced this curse, just like what Xijia had said. Back then, the three true gods had assisted the gods to become powerful because of the god's curse. If it wasn't for the fact that Cao and Tianxiang were too big of a threat to them, perhaps the three true gods would have already used the god's curse to take action against this world. It was precisely because this was a huge gamble that didn't require any stakes that Nian Bing agreed to Xijia's request after careful consideration. Xijia was confident, but Nian Bing was also very confident in himself. After so many years of cultivation, he would use this battle to test his overall strength. Ever since he obtained 7 sword souls and the ability to use his spiritual power as a physical attack, he had never used his full strength to deal with someone. Therefore, even Yan Shui himself didn't know the extent of his overall strength. After listening to Nian Bing's explanation, the commanders representing the 4 empires no longer had any doubts about his decision. Naturally, it would be best if they won. Even if they lost, there was still a high chance of defeating their opponents. In their eyes, Xianxia, the king of gods, was equivalent to sending himself into a dead end. At this moment, no one would say that Nian Bing's idea was despicable. Whether it was the Yangon Continent Alliance army or the Lost Continent, the hatred between them and the gods could be said to be hatred between nations. Only by completely destroying the other party could they achieve true victory. Under such circumstances, so what if it was despicable? As the saying goes, a general stands on 10,000 bones. The final victory was the most important. However, the higher-ups of the Four-Nation Alliance army were still worried. They were worried about nothing else but Nian Bing's safety. They were very confident in Nian Bing. They also completely believed that even if Xianxia won, he would be greatly injured. However, there was also a problem in front of him. If Xianxia, who won, would be seriously injured, then what would happen to Nian Bing, who lost? Nian Bing felt the doubts in everyone's eyes. He raised his hand and placed it on his chest. He said, "Believe me. I can only tell you that even if the opponent is the king of gods, he wants to kill me. It's 100 times more difficult than defeating me. On the battlefield, there can't be any hesitation. Wait for my good news. I will do my best to win this battle." After saying this, Nian Bing walked to the side and whispered something in Yu's ear. Yu looked at him with a complicated gaze and nodded gently. Nian Bing smiled and said to the people around him, "Be prepared at all times." Who's on guard? Who's on alert? There was no need to say anything more. He knew that Luo Ro would definitely arrange everything. Under the cover of the rainbow-colored radiance, Nian Bing floated up and returned to the vast sky. Xianxia had also returned when Nian Bing returned to the sky. At the same time, another god rose into the sky with him. Xingqing was second only to Xianxia's hegemon god, Kuan Yin. Nian Bing glanced at Kuan Yin. Although Kuan Yin's gaze was filled with hatred, it was obvious that he was in a daze. His eyes were not lively enough and his face was very pale. It was obvious that he had not recovered from the blow he had suffered that day. However, Nian Bing was quite impressed with this hegemon god. He did not die under the special circumstances where he did not hesitate to sacrifice his life and used all his spiritual power to attack him. This hegemon god's strength was indeed praiseworthy. Unfortunately, he could only be a sacrifice today. Of course, Kuan Yin did not know his own fate. Otherwise, he would not have risen into the sky with Xianxia. Xianxia's gaze was very calm. Without the blood of a hegemon, how could he activate the god's curse? The three true gods had injected sufficient energy into the blood curse gem. However, if he were to activate a level 16 spell without the blood guide, just the backlash alone would be enough to take his life, let alone conserve his strength to fight Nian Bing. Therefore, he chose the weakest hegemon god, Kuan Yin. "Have you explained everything to Xingqing?" Xianxia looked at Nian Bing. At this moment, Nian Bing was looking at hegemon god Kuan Yin. In the concept of gods, there was indeed no such thing as feelings, be it family or friendship. At this moment, he could not help but feel a little sad for Kuan Yin. Of course, he did not think that Xianxia brought Kuan Yin up to ambush him. Just like what Xianxia said, if experts of their level were to escape, even experts of the same level would find it difficult to stop them. Moreover, that would not benefit the gods at all. "Yes, I have already prepared everything. Our Rangoon Continent's allied forces have agreed to turn this final battle into a decisive battle between the two of us. Just like how you have confidence in yourself, my friends have the same confidence in me." Xianxia looked at Kuan Yin indifferently and said, "All right, let's start now." Before hegemon god Kuan Yin could understand the meaning of their simple conversation, Xianxia's chanting had already started. It was indeed a strange thing to hear a warrior with a level 15 martial skill chanting an incantation. However, his chanting did not have the characteristics of a sorcerer. When a sorcerer chanted an incantation, they would need to use a special rhythm and intonation to trigger the resonance of the magical elements. However, Xianxia's intonation did not change at all. He did not pause at all as he quickly completed his incantation as though he was reciting it. "Endless divine power shall turn into endless sighs. Spirits of the wind, surround me and form a chaotic barrier. Spirits of the water, turn into gentle waves and condense into the mirror of time. Spirits of the earth, let go of the enmity between each other and release the shackles of the soul. Spirits of the fire, condense into a red lotus rope and weave a spatial net. For elements, lend the power of my heart and form an indescribable eternity. From the beginning of nothingness to the end of chaos, please stop all waves. Use the sigh of God as the source of the curse. Use the power of the elements as the essence of the curse. Let us form the ancestral curse pact, curse of the spear. When the incantation was completed, 4 rays of light appeared around Xianxia's body at the same time. The green chaos was normal, the blue brilliance was like a water mirror, the yellow vortex was fluctuating, and the red flame condensed into a sacred fire lotus. The 4 rays of light were not dazzling, but when the Snowblood Curse divine stone appeared, the 4 rays of light instantly surged into it. The golden rays of light around Xianxia's body shone brightly. Tyrant god Wang Jun was shocked to discover that his body had suddenly solidified. That was clearly Xianxia's power. At this critical moment of life and death, his consciousness suddenly became completely clear. However, he woke up a little too late. While his eyes were filled with endless resentment and unwillingness, Xianxia's big hand patted his head. The tyrant god's tall and burly body was instantly covered by a bloody light. The golden brilliance was dazzling in the bloody light. This was what Xianxia wanted. Not only was it his blood, but it was also the enormous energy that he had cultivated for thousands of years. The blood-cursed divine stone appeared and absorbed the bloody light formed by the tyrant god in an instant. The enormous bloody light filled the entire divine stone. Xianxia, who swore before the curse of the gods, said indifferently, I, the king of god Wang Jun, am the tyrant god. I, Xianxia, swear before the curse of the gods that if I lose the battle with the human representative of the Yangon continent, I will pay with all the lives of the god race. Seeing that Xianxia was looking at him, Nianbing did not hesitate and continued, I, the ice fire chef. I, Nianbing, the ice and fire chef, swear before the curse of the gods that if I lose the battle with Xianxia, I will pay with all the lives of the Yangon continent's allied army. Xianxia nodded at Nianbing and said loudly, the curse of the gods. Please be the witness of our vows, and use your blood-colored splendor to make the most just judgment. Just as he finished speaking, the bloody light emitted by the blood-cursed divine stone suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, the divine stone let out a crisp shattering sound and a ray of rainbow light that was only as thick as a finger soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, Homo disappeared. The blood-red light disappeared into the air, and the air seemed to have turned gloomy. 2 faintly discernible clouds floated above the clouds, and the magic elements in the air seemed to be covered with a layer of blood-red light. The deep energy brought a chill to the people who saw it. Xianxia looked at Nianbing and Nianbing looked at him. They were the strongest people on both sides. They did not need to say anything and only needed to express themselves through actions. Xianxia's body instantly exploded with an intense golden light. Nianbing could clearly see the other party's left hand and leg. Xianxia's body was completely shrouded in a solid golden radiance. His powerful aura was not emitted. Instead, it was converged inward. There was no longer any pressure, but it still brought about terror. Nianbing was not idle either. The 7-colored brilliance was emitted in the shape of a flat surface. The 10 sword souls, led by Emperor Kurobutsu, squatted out. Gray light spots condensed under him. Amidst the loud dragon roar, the little dragon king Oscar's body that was slightly bigger than Yihao's body proudly supported Nianbing. The gray scales on his body shone with a sparkling luster and a faint layer of golden-gray airflow was emitted. Under the special situation where their souls were connected, Nianbing communicated with Oscar through telepathy. The communication between a human and a dragon could be completed in an instant. In a sense, it could be said that Nianbing was now controlling Oscar's body. Light and shadow surged and shone. Nianbing's body suddenly flashed and brought Oscar along with her. On the other hand, the 7 sword souls were shining with different lusters. They instantly lined up in a row and raised their 7 divine swords at the same time. The sky's eye domain was like a huge light shield that descended from the sky with Xianxia and the 7 sword souls as the center. Only in a face-to-face battle like this could one truly feel the power of the King of Lords. The intense golden light that was emitted from his body could not be weakened even by the sky's eye domain. A long golden saber appeared in Xianxia's hands. His illusory figure floated up as he held the saber with both hands and slashed it diagonally towards the sky. That slash was untraceable and the faint saber light brought about a shocking rainbow. Both parties who were watching the battle below found it strange that Xianxia's saber was slashing towards the sky where there was nothing and not the seven sword souls. An illusory feeling appeared on the seven sword souls at the same time with seven different lights. Each of the sword souls brought about a long series of afterimages behind them. Xianxia's body was instantly covered by these afterimages. In midair, Nianbing and Oscar appeared along with a loud dragon roar. The place where they appeared was right in front of Xianxia's attack. If one was not involved in the battle, it would be difficult to understand the current situation. Why would Nianbing send herself to the sword light? Only Nianbing knew her own difficulties. She did not expect Xianxia's senses to be so sharp. He accurately grasped her and Oscar's position after they temporarily became invisible using their spatial magic. His slash looked like a sword light. However, when the sword light penetrated the blade, the aura and domineering aura on the sword had completely locked onto Nianbing's body. Therefore, Nianbing could only choose to take the attack head-on. A golden-gray lightning shot out from Oscar's mouth and struck the golden sword light. A thunderous roar instantly echoed in the sky. Golden light filled the air and the golden sword light became much weaker. However, Oscar's breath did not stop him from continuing his attack. A layer of golden-gray light drifted out from Oscar's body. The speed of his flapping dragon wings was obviously slower. It was obvious that he was affected by the recoil. At that moment, a faint silver light drifted out from Nianbing. The moment the golden sword light came into contact with the silver light, it changed its direction and slid into the distance. Nianbing's continuous efforts finally allowed her to complete the interlaced fantasy realm without chanting an incantation. If there was any power in this world that could resist the attack of the Huangji acupoint, it would be the Tianyan acupoint. Naturally, the Tianyan acupoint's ability had to be displayed in a special form. The interlaced fantasy realm was such a special form. The surging energy burst forth like thunder, causing the sky to tremble. The Seven Sword Soul's attack method was very simple. Under the enhancement of the Tianyan acupoint, their energy bodies had the advantage of speed. At that moment, they were not inferior to Xianxia's ultimate spirit acupoint. This was also one of the advantages that Nianbing relied on. The Dark Dragon King, Kagorosis, looked at his son in shock. He had never expected Oscar to have reached the realm of breathing like lightning. After all, he had only reached this realm not too long ago, even though he had been diligently cultivating the Dragon God Heart Sutra. It had only been slightly more than 2 years since Oscar's birth, but he had already become so powerful. Xianxia did not panic at all as the sword souls suddenly increased their speed and sealed off all possible escape routes around his body. If this was not a duel, he could have used his own strength to break out of the encirclement. However, under such circumstances, he felt that this was a very good opportunity. He pressed his right hand forward and gestured with his left leg. 2 balls of golden light firmly protected his body while a milky white brilliance was emitted from his back. As soon as the white light appeared, it immediately turned golden and formed a huge golden light shield that spread outwards. With the assistance of the 2 Huangji acupoints, the defense of the ultimate square armor acupoint was raised to the extreme. Every time the 7 sword souls swung their swords at extreme speed, their bodies would immediately change their positions so that Xianxia would not have a chance to lock onto them. Nianbing knew very well that although Xianxia seemed to be defending, he could actually launch a thunderous attack at any time. Although his posture was strange, the energy in the 2 Huangji acupoints on his right hand and left leg was becoming more and more condensed. At this moment, Nianbing suddenly understood why Xianxia could rely on his own strength to dissolve the fire magic launched by thousands of magicians. It was because his combat energy could be compressed to an unprecedented level. His 3rd Huangji acupoint was similar to his own Huangji acupoint. It was a combination of 2 acupoints. However, the Tianyan acupoint wasn't the Tianyan acupoint, but the Lizheng acupoint. After the Lizheng acupoint and the Huangji acupoint fused, the Tianyan acupoint fused. Not only did it cause Xianxia's chest to become the strongest point, but it also greatly increased the ability of the Lizheng acupoint to condense combat energy. Under the effect of these 2 powerful acupoints, no one could condense combat energy more than Xianxia. It was precisely because of this. That was why he could rely on the technique of breaking through the surface with 1 point to defeat the magic launched by thousands of magicians. After luring away Shi Jia's first attack, the silver light emitted by Nianbing did not disappear. He closed his eyes and completely relied on the Tianyan acupoint to observe everything in the outside world. The silver light was rampant in the air. The dense light emitted a strange aura. The moment the silver light merged with the bodies of the seven sword souls, Shi Jia's vision suddenly blurred. He could no longer distinguish between the real and fake sword souls as they were originally just illusions. They no longer moved in the same direction as the sword souls. Instead, they flashed around his body in a disorderly manner. Shi Jia could not see clearly what the sword souls were targeting. He could only vaguely feel that the energy brought about by the seven sword souls had become confusing. In a situation where he could not grasp the sword soul's true movement, the energy that Shi Jia had been accumulating in his two Huangji acupoints had to be stopped. Under the dual suppression of the crossed fantasy domain and the sky eye domain, the sword soul's attacks were all deflected by the Shi world's valiant defense. However, it was impossible for him to find Nianbing's location. In the crossed fantasy domain, everything could be fake, but everything could also be real. Nianbing possessed spiritual power that Shi Jia could not compare to. In terms of this domain of illusions to influence the opponent, Shi Jia could not compare to him. Standing below, the crowd was nervous, especially Nianbing's three wives. They clenched their fists tightly. After all, their husband was facing the strongest person among the gods. The Shi world was definitely not easy to deal with. Although on the surface, Nianbing seemed to have the upper hand, this did not mean anything. Yu Rian frowned and said, "Nianbing is placing too much emphasis on his ability to confuse the opponent. I'm afraid he'll be at a disadvantage." Seeing the puzzled gazes of the surrounding people, Duke Bluefeather explained on behalf of his wife, Nianbing's illusory domain combined with the sword soul's attacks can indeed be considered a fatal blow. Furthermore, he can stay out of the battle and not be hurt by the opponent's counterattack. If he was facing an ordinary opponent or an opponent with similar characteristics to him, this tactic would undoubtedly be successful. However, it's a pity that he's facing the Shi world that possesses absolute power. Although I don't know what kind of mystery lies within Nianbing's domain, as long as the Shi world's power is strong enough, it's completely possible to break through the surface with a single point and break through technique with force. Just as Duke Bluefeather finished speaking, the battle in the sky changed. Nianbing, who was in the air, was chanting something in a low voice. Shi Jia, on the other hand, had already moved. He seemed to be moving slowly and aimlessly. At the same time, he struck out dozens of palms around his body. His left hand held the golden blade and a surge of fighting energy spread out in all directions. Although the interlaced fantasy domain had the effect of changing the direction of the enemy's energy attack, it also depended on the strength of the opponent's energy attack. With Shi Jia's strength, Nianbing could only control the deviation of the attack. It was impossible for him to reflect the energy. Shi Jia let out a long howl. His entire body emitted an intense golden light that could not be seen directly. The golden blade in his hand seemed to be splitting the heavens and earth. With both hands exerting force, he slashed out a blade ray. The blade ray was unusually condensed. When it came out of the blade, it was only 3 feet long. The Sky Eye domain, as a domain that mainly focused on one's spirit, was naturally not affected by it. However, there was a change in the interlaced fantasy domain. Shi Jia's blade cut a small crack in the air. The destruction of space instantly tore the interlaced fantasy domain into pieces. Amidst the dazzling golden light, Shi Jia clashed with the 7 sword souls at the same time. The 7 sword souls were sent flying in all directions at the same time. The afterimages of their bodies disappeared as well. Shi Jia rushed out of the encirclement at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye. The spatial crack that he slashed produced an extremely strong suction force that caused the 7 sword souls to stop moving at the same time. Meanwhile, he himself charged directly toward Nianbing, who was sitting on Oscar's back. The little dragon king, Oscar, once again spat out streaks of golden gray lightning. Shi Jia did not dodge and continued to charge toward Nianbing in a straight line. The golden gray lightning was slashed apart by the golden sword in his hand. Surprisingly, it did not cause his body to slow down at all. At this time, both sides watching the battle below held their breaths. They were all watching nervously. Would this collision determine the outcome of the battle? Nian Bing was separated from his sword souls and was obviously at a disadvantage. Based on his previous performance, it was impossible for him to block Xianxia's attack without the help of the sword souls. Nian Bing's eyes had turned completely silver at that moment. Just when Xianxia thought that he was going to launch a physical attack with his mind power, the space suddenly changed again. Nian Bing clasped his hands in front of him and stopped chanting in an instant. He did not only know how to use support magic. He was also a powerful sorcerer. Two simple words came out of his mouth. Seal. Xianxia suddenly felt that the surrounding air had become viscous. Nian Bing and Oscar's bodies disappeared once again. This time, they transformed into countless bodies and dispersed into the surroundings at the same time. Xianxia's blade gleam slashed out without hesitation. Although he managed to break Nian Bing's level 13 sealing magic, he was still able to do so. Faced with the sudden appearance of hundreds of Nian Bing and Oscar, he could not help but be stunned. It was during this moment of shock. The seven sword souls surrounded him at the same time. The hundreds of Nian Bing began chanting at the same time while the hundreds of Oscar continuously spat out bolts of lightning. Together with the sword souls' attacks, they suppressed Xianxia once again. If Blue Feather and Duke Shun could think of the possibility of interlaced fantasy being unable to seal Xianxia, how could Nian Bing not have thought of it? This time, Nian Bing's chanting became clearer. Everyone below could hear him clearly from the moment he started chanting. The air condensed once again. Large patches of dark clouds appeared in the sky without warning and blocked the sunlight. It was as if the entire world had dimmed at that moment. In order to deal with Nian Bing's spiritual attack, Xianxia was already prepared. However, he did not expect that Nian Bing did not use the only spiritual attack that could threaten him. These seven sword souls were indeed very difficult to deal with under the amplification of his Tianyan acupoint. Not only were their speed astonishing, but their attacks were also aimed at a single point. Even Xianxia had to pay full attention as he did not dare to be attacked by these seven sword souls multiple times at the same point. Although his sword gleam was powerful, as the sword souls of the seven peerless divine swords, they did not have a tacit understanding in terms of flashes and coordination. The seven sword souls could produce a wonderful force field. Although it could not harm Xianxia would have to pay a certain price if he wanted to rush out from between them or destroy any one of the sword souls. Interlaced. The traces of the sun and the guidance of the moon illuminate the path of gold in the pitch-black darkness. All of Nian Bing's had turned completely golden at that moment. Their faces revealed a sacred radiance as they chanted devoutly. The magical elements in the air seemed to have stopped at that moment as they listened to his magnetic voice. Spring water that flows endlessly. White silk that stretches endlessly, please respond to my call and converge into a river of dreams. Pass through the silent mountain range and pour into the real ocean. Let the seed of hope take root in the promised land. Grow into an evergreen world tree and bear yellow fruits. Scatter pure white wings and soar on the broken earth. Ignite the eternal flame and transform into endless red lotuses. Weave each other's wishes and scatter the burning oath to awaken the sleeping earth. Hundreds of Nian Bings were chanting the same incantation. It was not like Lan Chen's method of chanting alternately to increase the speed. However, with the cadence of his intonation, his chanting speed was extremely fast. When the first few sentences ended, Xianxia was surrounded by the seven sword souls at the same time and launched the first wave of attacks. Rongtian asked his father suspiciously, "What incantation is Nian Bing chanting?" From his initial intonation, the length of this incantation is unimaginable. Prince Rong smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I've never seen this incantation in any records. Indeed, it's obviously a very long incantation. From my experience, the longer the incantation, the more terrifying its power. Nian Bing must have his own reasons for using this magic to destroy a powerhouse like Xianxia." Even with Nian Bing's abilities, he still needed to chant for a long time to complete this incantation. The destructive power of this incantation must be extremely terrifying. I'm sure that this is a 7-elemental fusion ultimate forbidden spell. This is the first time I've seen this kind of incantation. In ancient legends, someone once said that when a mage reached the stage where he could completely communicate with all magical elements, he would be able to create his own magic. Perhaps our Nian Bing has already reached this stage. This might very well be the longest incantation in the history of the magic world. Rongtian gasped. You're saying that this is Nian Bing's self-created magic? How is that possible? Prince Rong didn't reply and only nodded firmly. His eyes were burning with passion. As a mage, what could be more exciting than seeing the ultimate magic? He was filled with pride towards his grandson. At this moment, Nian Bing's incantation was still ongoing. Combine the power of the 7 elements that has been passed down since ancient times. Snow goddess, you are the gentle blue moon. Fire god, you are the red morning sun. God of wind, you are the cyan moon of rapid flow. Earth goddess, you are the yellow sun that gives birth to all life. Space god, you are the mysterious silver moon. Light god, you are the golden glorious sun. Darkness god, you are the representative of endless devouring, the purple silent sun. Resonate in the dark land, break the wheel of fate that has been sealed for a long time, shatter the fantasy of losing oneself, and release your most beautiful radiance. Extinguish. 7 elements awakening. While Rongtian and Prince Rong were conversing, Xianxia had already sensed that something was wrong. As the king of main gods and the owner of 3 emperor acupoints, he had always thought that magic was just a joke to him. That kind of scattered energy couldn't possibly have any effect on his defense. However, when he heard Nian Bing's incantation, all the magical elements in the surrounding space were instantly sucked away. The surrounding world became a strange vacuum without magical elements, and the disappearing magical elements seemed to condense into the bodies of the 7 sword souls. A trace of panic rose in Xianxia's heart. Under the guidance of his rich combat experience, he knew that he definitely couldn't allow Nian Bing to complete her incantation. When he realized that something was wrong, his body suddenly rushed forward, and the fighting aura in his emperor acupoint burst forth to the limit. However, at this moment, Nian Bing had just completed her incantation. The 7 sword souls' bodies turned at lightning speed, and the blue morning dew daggers came to the forefront. The sword souls suddenly swam away, revealing the morning dew daggers. In the next moment, the light emitted from the daggers became abnormally intense. The icy blue light condensed into a crescent moon, blocking Xianxia's attack. Although the strength of Xianxia's attack was extremely high, a strange scene occurred at this moment. The blue moonlight rose into the sky, and at the same time, it actually diverted Xianxia's attack, allowing the other 6 sword souls to dodge. Xianxia's next attack was similar to this one. As Nian Bing completed her incantation, the 7 sword souls disappeared one after another. Each of them transformed into a ray of light, and instead of contending with Xianxia head-on, they diverted his energy in the process of rising into the sky. Before the last incantation was uttered, Xianxia watched the 7 sword souls disappear. Just when he thought that he could attack Nian Bing's body, he was shocked to discover that her body had become illusory. It was as though none of the hundreds of Nian Bing were real. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to attack so many Nian Bing at the same time. Regardless of whether it was Nian Bing herself or the little dragon king, Oscar, who was a threat to Xianxia, he could only pounce in one direction. Unfortunately, Xianxia's understanding of spatial magic was still not deep enough. With Nian Bing's current magical strength, any of these illusory figures could be real, and any of them could be fake. Under the effect of magic, Nian Bing's body was constantly moving. Nian Bing emphasized the word annihilation, awakening of the 7 luminaries on this simple word annihilation. It was as though a heavy hammer had smashed into Xianxia's heart. Xianxia had been waiting for a physical attack of spiritual energy. It had actually appeared at this time. The moment he felt dizzy, Xianxia suddenly understood that Nian Bing wanted to use this magic to determine victory with him. In this magic, he must have exhausted all of his abilities. From the beginning of the battle, Nian Bing had launched his plan. Of course, he knew that with his strength, there was still a gap between him and Xianxia. Although the 7 sword souls and the little dragon king, Oscar's strength was extraordinary, it was difficult to stack their strengths. On the other hand, Xianxia's combat energy was extremely condensed under the effect of the 3 emperor acupoints. Be it in terms of explosive power or endurance, Bu Ling was much stronger than Xianxia. Once the 7 sword souls were consumed one by one in the battle with Xianxia, then, in the end, Xianxia would only end up defeated. Therefore, from the moment the battle began, Nian Bing had begun to lay out his plan. Whether Bu Ling was besieged by the seven sword souls with the help of the Sky's Eye domain or the interference of the interlaced fantasy domain, it was all part of the plan that was gradually unfolding. What he wanted to do was to take action before the energy of the sword souls was consumed by Xianxia. He would use the special pearls method to admire all of Xianxia's power that he possessed and determine the victor with Xianxia in the shortest time possible. Just as Prince Rong had said, the Seven Glories Awakening was a magic that Nian Bing had researched based on his own characteristics. In this magic, not only did he fuse his magic power, but he also fused the abilities of all seven sword souls, the abilities of the seven sword gods, and his own spiritual energy. Nian Bing had almost exhausted all of his abilities in order to concentrate all of his abilities into one magic spell. Under his overall control and before Xianxia understood, he completed this magic spell. At the final moment of the completion of the magic spell, Nian Bing gathered all of his spiritual energy and seized the opportunity when Xianxia was panicking. He used all of his strength to attack Xianxia with a physical attack using his spiritual energy. This control of the rhythm allowed him to unleash all of Nian Bing's strength. Under the pressure of a powerful existence like Xianxia, it could be said that he was performing at his best. Nian Bing was not afraid of overusing his spiritual energy and not being able to control the completed magic spell. The most terrifying part of the Seven Glories Awakening was that it was a completely single-target attack magic. That was why Nian Bing did not warn the Rangoon continent's allied forces before casting the magic spell. It was because he knew that this magic spell would not affect those below. The moment the magic was completed, his spiritual energy had already completely blocked Xianxia. After the magic was completed, it would automatically lock on and attack. At this moment, Xianxia was indeed panicking. Although he was already prepared to face Nian Bing's physical attack using his Huangji acupoint, he did not receive any real damage due to the strong compression and protection of his spiritual energy. However, the short moment of distraction still caused him to lose his sense of the magical elemental waves in the air. In a battle between experts, this short moment was already a great advantage. However, Xianxia was not the king of the overgods. He was the strongest among the gods. At this critical moment, he actually made the most correct choice while his mind was in a trance. A surging golden light instantly erupted and emitted a destructive radiance. Xianxia's shirt was completely torn apart, revealing his solid, granite-like muscles. Every strand of his hair stood on end. His entire body seemed to have turned into a golden substance. A huge amount of energy instantly converged and a circle of black appeared around his body. That was not a radiance, but a feeling of emptiness. The powerhouses who were watching the battle below were shocked to discover that the strength of Xianxia's combat aura had actually broken through space and formed a black hole around his body. Since he was going all out, Xianxia did not need to hold back anymore. 7 cracks appeared in the cloud-filled sky. 7 clusters of light lit up at the same time. A blue moon, a red sun, a green moon, a yellow sun, a silver moon, and a golden sun surrounded the last purple sun that was filled with a solemn aura. It brought a gorgeous rainbow radiance to heaven and earth. The air seemed to have solidified. The powerhouses who possessed innate qi realized that at this moment, there was no longer any innate qi existing between heaven and earth. Nian Bing, Oscar, and the hundreds of other figures were all lost at this moment. The 7 lights in the sky simultaneously shot out a light pillar with a diameter of 3 meters. The light pillar appeared to exist in a completely physical form. The 7 light pillars flashed slightly and condensed together in the air. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. He clasped his hands in front of him and a huge amount of energy was instantly activated. The black space surrounding his body had now expanded to 3 meters. He raised his head and looked at the sun and moon that were shining with 7 different lights. His gaze turned unusually cool. Although Nian Bing's spirit had affected him to a certain extent, he was unable to locate her position. As a result, he couldn't find Nian Bing's current position. However, this didn't stop him from unleashing his full strength. God annihilates all things return to one. Behold my ultimate secret. Glory devour. The broken black space moved out from around his body under the influence of his gradually extended hands and turned into a huge black light ball. The edges of the light ball were intertwined with golden light. It was obvious that it was not energy, but a real black hole. The power of 3 months and 4 days. It condensed into a stream in the air. The 7 colored lights suddenly dimmed as a huge rainbow crystal ball formed out of thin air. Would it be the 7 lights that destroyed the overgod, or the overgod that devoured the 7 lights? Everyone held their breaths at this moment. The glory devourer wrapped in golden light rose abruptly. They flew up to meet the rainbow-colored crystal balls that were falling from the sky. At this moment, it was as if only these 2 spheres existed in this world. No one could understand what this ability represented, but almost everyone knew that this represented the final confrontation between the strongest of the 2 sides. On one side was the 7 lights that represented the vitality of all things between heaven and earth. On the other side was the devourer that represented the destruction of everything. In the distorted and fluctuating space, the 2 equally matched light balls slowly merged in space. There was no sound of explosion or energy fluctuation produced from the Chiwok Chinese. It was only when they completely merged that everything around them changed. All living things in the area lost 6 of them at the same time. The surroundings turned into endless darkness. Even those who were originally standing beside them could no longer feel that strange feeling and the desire to vomit blood. Panic appeared in the hearts of the gods. At the same time, it also appeared in the hearts of the Rangoon continent's allied forces. Silkworm clearly felt that he had been isolated in this world. He had completely lost all mobility. Even a powerful martial artist was as fragile as porcelain. The 3 people who were cultivating in the Chiwok Chinese of the Land of Gods opened their eyes at almost the same time. The God of Order frowned and said, "Was our decision to give up on those gods a mistake? I didn't expect Xianxia's strength to reach such a level from an ordinary person. I can almost feel that if he can open 7 acupoints, I'm afraid his strength will be able to enter the door of a true god." The God of Time sighed softly and said, "I don't know, but the energy fluctuation produced by the human who fought against Xianxia is not much weaker than his. They seem to be fighting one-on-one. This is an energy battle that is close to the 16th level. To think that 30,000 years ago, our sect seemed to only have this kind of combat power. The human body, as the father of science said, is an endless treasure trove. If anyone can grasp the key to open this treasure trove, then he will become the master of the entire world." The god of destruction appeared to be very calm at this moment, which was quite different from his usual easily agitated personality. "Everything has already happened. There's no point in us discussing it anymore. Let's continue. We're almost done. Perhaps, tomorrow will be the day we look for Cao and Tianxiang to end this 50,000-year grudge." The 3 true gods closed their eyes at the same time. There was no energy fluctuation around their bodies, but at this moment, the bodies of these 3 true gods seemed to have fused together. Everything froze at that moment, and everything around them turned completely dark. When the sun's rays shone on the lost continent, the dark clouds dispersed. The 4th of March disappeared, and the black hole that caused everyone to feel fear disappeared as well. The allied forces of the Rangoon continent and the gods regained their sense of self and their 6 senses. However, their hearts did not feel any sense of selfishness. When they looked up at the sky, they could even hear the sound of their own heartbeats. Although most of these spectators did not know the true meaning of this battle, as long as they were intelligent, they understood that this battle would play a decisive role in the entire war. Xianxia's loss meant that the gods had lost their spiritual support. Nianbing's loss meant that at least 2 14th-level masters and 7 13th-level masters were lost. If he did not win, the side that belonged to him would enter this hopeless situation. Xianxia floated calmly in midair. He was still half-naked, but his standing hair was neatly scattered behind his back. 5 feet in front of him, Nianbing was also floating in silence. At this moment, he did not use any magic. He simply floated in front of Xianxia. Oscar and the 7 sword souls did not appear. Even the 7 divine swords were destroyed. If Xianxia did not lose his clothes, perhaps the pagoda people would have thought that the battle between them had never started. After all, everything that happened before was too surreal. Nianbing and Xianxia looked at each other. Both of their gazes were calm. Nianbing's eyes flickered with a clear radiance while Xianxia's gaze was filled with resentment. "Your strength is still inferior to mine. Even if you combine so many abilities, you're still weaker than me. After all, you're not a true 15th level master. Xianxia's voice was filled with unwillingness. Nianbing raised her square finger and pointed at her head. She smiled and said, a duel is very similar to a war. Absolute strength does not guarantee victory. Otherwise, you would have won the first battle. Wisdom, Bulin, can play a very important role in both a duel and a war. That's right, I admit that I'm not your opponent in terms of strength. You're much stronger than me in many aspects. However, you gods have always been on the godly mainland. I'm afraid you don't have any other interests other than cultivation. Therefore, although you're stronger than me, the gap between us no longer exists. Don't you think so? Xianxia looked at Nianbing, nodded, and said, that's right. You used various situations to weaken my overall strength. I never expected that you would choose to fight me with all your might right from the start of the battle. However, this is indeed the best way for you to deal with it. Since the outcome of our battle has yet to be decided, I think there's no need to continue fighting. Nianbing nodded with a smile and said, that's right, that's indeed the case. Now, we should all go back and prepare for the decisive battle. Perhaps this is a battle on another level. Perhaps you can control Guy in this battle. Xianxia looked deeply at Nianbing and said, luck won't last forever. Remember what I said. The god sniper curse still exists. The final outcome of our battle will be decided with lives. Only when one side dies can the other side truly obtain victory. Tomorrow, you won't have such an opportunity again. Nianbing said indifferently, then, let's wait and see. Using strength to speak is the most correct choice. Both of them looked deeply at each other at the same time. Their figures flashed and disappeared into the air. When Nianbing and Xianxia returned to their respective camps, they did the same thing. After some simple instructions, they immediately entered a rough state of cultivation. There would be no more luck to speak of in tomorrow's battle. Victory and defeat would definitely be decided. In the battle between Nianbing and Xianxia, Nianbing relied on the pre-planned situation to gain the upper hand. From the perspective of the battle, Nianbing was the victor. He relied on his strength that was slightly weaker than Xianxia's and forced Xianxia to a draw under various circumstances. The 7 glories awakening and the glories devouring. Neither of them won. Nianbing lost 7 sword souls, while Xianxia suffered more serious injuries. After the final clash between the powerhouses that did not produce any violent explosions, they had exhausted almost all of their strength. Nianbing's spiritual power and magic power had fallen to rock bottom. Moreover, without the support of 7 sword souls, Xianxia still had a little strength left. However, under the illumination of the 7 different powerful lights of 7 glories, his injuries were much worse than Nianbing's. At that time, both of them only had 2 choices. The first was to continue fighting. If they continued to fight, they would have to do the same thing, explode their acupuncture points. Without the energy support of exploding acupuncture points, they could not launch a destructive attack on each other. However, once their acupuncture points exploded, there was no chance of luck given their physical condition at that time. There would be no winner between the 2 of them. In the end, both of them would lose and die. Therefore, they chose a different approach, which was to continue fighting tomorrow. After today's battle, both of them had a certain understanding of each other's strength. Tomorrow's battle would definitely be much more dangerous. They all returned to their respective camps and began to recover at full strength. Nianbing returned to his tent alone. His face turned ghastly pale. Although he managed to gain the upper hand today by relying on his wisdom, his body was already on the verge of collapse due to excessive exhaustion. Although the She-World situation was not much better than his, this was the first time he had faced such a situation ever since he had been promoted. Nianbing was confident in his recovery ability. After all, in a sense, he could be considered a dragon man. His body's strength was not weaker than Xianxia's. His spiritual power recovery alone was much easier than Xianxia's. However, when Nianbing had just entered the special training state and Huaibei was recovering his energy at the fastest speed possible, he suddenly discovered a fact. A fact that terrified him. Cold sweat flowed down from his temples. Nianbing could not help but smile bitterly when he recalled Xianxia's meaningful gaze when they parted ways. Did Xianxia really not have any intelligence? If a human who had lived for more than 10,000 years did not have any intelligence, then he did not deserve to be an intelligent creature, let alone the king of overgods. When Nian Bing had just started cultivating, he realized that he had made a mistake. He had chosen the wrong way to deal with a very important matter. Indeed, Nian Bing's recovery ability was definitely not inferior to Xianxia's if they were on flat ground. However, things were different now. When he started cultivating and his spiritual power was recovering rapidly, he was shocked to discover that the innate qi in the air was extremely thin. It could be described as non-existent. He immediately thought of the super magic that he had activated, Seven Glories Awakening. Although this magic was powerful, it required him to absorb all the innate qi in the air. In addition to the energy from the Sword Soul and the 7 divine blades, only then would he be able to produce enough power to contend with Xianxia. When he started cultivating, Nian Bing realized that other than the fluctuation of elemental energy from the 7 divine blades that he had retrieved, the magical elements in the air had become extremely thin. It was so thin that it was not enough to form the innate qi that he needed. This discovery was absolutely terrifying. Without the innate qi to absorb, how was he going to recover his strength? During the battle with Xianxia today, Nian Bing clearly discovered that it was almost impossible to use physical spiritual power to attack and destroy a peerless powerhouse like Xianxia. At most, it could only affect his condition. Without the innate qi, it meant that his 7 sword souls would not be able to recover their battle strength. It also meant that he did not have enough magical power. Although the current situation would still affect Xianxia to a certain extent, the impact would be much less than his. After all, Xianxia mainly cultivated battle energy by stimulating his own potential and combining it with the innate qi. Although the loss of the innate qi would still affect him greatly, it was much less than his. After a night of recovery, not only would the gap between him and Xianxia reappear, but it would also be further widened. It was hard to say whether he could threaten Xianxia. Furthermore, his original plan would be difficult to achieve. If Xianxia could still maintain most of their battle strength after destroying him, even if the god's curse was dispelled by his special method, it would be difficult for the allied forces of the Rangoon continent to gain any advantage against the gods. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He was calculating against Xianxia, but how could he not be calculating against him? Nian Bing felt a chill in his heart. He knew that he was still too young and that Xianxia was pretending as if nothing had happened. There was also a hint of resentment on his face. It was obvious that he thought that his plan had succeeded. However, the one who had succeeded was his opponent. He was trying his best to close the gap between him and his opponent by commanding them, but his opponent was also using his intelligence to further widen the gap between them. Under such circumstances, was there still a need to fight tomorrow? The advantage that should have appeared had now become an absolute disadvantage. Looking at his hands, Nian Bing was momentarily confused. He did not know what he should do next to salvage the situation. He was thinking, but thinking could not solve the situation in front of him. Nian Bing woke up from his shame. His wisdom seer had played its role as well. Xianxia's actions were not an act. At that time, after that peerless attack, Xianxia had said, if I had chosen to explode my acupoints and perish together with him, perhaps Xianxia would have had no other way. However, Hua Jing was still sentimentally attached to life. He could not bear to part with everything he had now, and he could not bear to part with his loved ones. Therefore, without thinking too much, he had agreed to Xianxia's request to fight tomorrow. Now was not the time to regret. What else could he rely on? While thinking, Nian Bing quickly thought of his sphere of 4 deaths and sphere of life. Although he did not have his innate qi, if he could use the energy in these 2 energy spheres, then there would still be a chance in tomorrow's battle, but how could the energy of life and death be so easily manipulated? Ever since returning from the continent of gods, Nian Bing had tried to use these 2 huge energy spheres every time he cultivated. After all, their existence was like a huge treasure to Nian Bing. However, the only thing he could use now was to release some of the life aura in the sphere of life. To control and compress these super energy spheres so densely was not something that could be done with a strong spiritual power. Therefore, although Nian Bing had been trying hard, there was still no result. Time often passed very quickly while he was thinking. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Other than a bitter smile, Nian Bing also felt a trace of despair. He knew that if his original plan did not succeed, even if the Rangoon continent's allied forces could resist the gods, the earth harmony on his side would be greatly depleted. It would still be a problem as to how many sentries could return to the Rangoon continent. Nian Bing knew that he had an unshakable responsibility on his shoulders. Because of his own mistakes, he ended up in this situation. After thinking for a while, he knew that the best solution now was to immediately launch a sneak attack on the enemy while Xianxia was in the same state as him. Xianxia had exhausted too much of his energy and was in the midst of training. Although it would be more difficult to deal with the gods without the support of his own strength, it was still better than waiting for Xianxia to recover before attacking. Thinking of this, Nian Bing stood up abruptly. Even if he had to bear the infamy, he should bear it alone. After all, this was his mistake. He took a deep breath. The spiritual power that had just recovered was now enough to support him to complete his plan. Nian Bing walked out of the tent. Just as he was about to step out of the door, the tent flap was pulled open. Two familiar and beautiful figures appeared in front of him. Seeing them, Nian Bing's gaze became much gentler. Even his breathing became calmer. The two who came were Feng Nu and Lan Chen. Both of them looked calm, but their eyes were looking at Nian Bing with a hint of deep meaning. "Nian Bing, where are you going?" The one who spoke was Lan Chen. Her voice was filled with seduction, and her beautiful figure exuded a moving charm under such circumstances. Unfortunately, Nian Bing was not in the mood to admire his beautiful wife. He laughed bitterly and pulled them back into the tent. He lowered his head and said, "There was a mistake in my calculations. I'm afraid I won't have any chance in tomorrow's battle. So, I'm going to find Luo Ro and the others to discuss and immediately launch an attack on the god's army." Feng Nu was shocked. "How could this be? Didn't you already prepare for this?" Nian Bing also looked at Feng Nu in surprise. He said, "How did you know I was prepared?" Feng Nu's gaze suddenly became strange. She said, "When you came back, you obviously had a card up your sleeve. But, what's wrong with you now?" Nian Bing laughed bitterly. "Your observation is too detailed. Indeed, I had already made preparations and plans for this. I thought I would have a great chance in tomorrow's battle. But, I was still wrong." At that moment, he explained the situation with the lack of magical elements and his own judgment to the two ladies. At this moment, Nian Bing was feeling the most guilty. He couldn't wait to discuss with his wives what was the best solution. Feng Nu frowned slightly and sighed. She said, "Nian Bing, so this is the reason. According to what you said, it would be difficult to defeat the Shi world after a day of recovery, right? If that's the case, we can only launch an attack first and not give the Shi world a chance to recover, right?" Nian Bing nodded. "This is the only way I can think of now. This is the only way. Although it's shameful to go back on my words, I'm willing to bear this infamy for the sake of so many lives in the Rangoon continent's allied army. Alright, let's not delay any longer. Let's go now. As long as the Shi world recovers, it will pose a greater threat to us. In the upcoming battle, we'll have to rely on the two of you to resist the remaining two overgods. As for the other gods, with the 7 dragon kings and brother Daoren around, we should still have some advantages. With Luo Ro's intelligence, as long as we make good use of the god-slaying arrows, we'll definitely have a chance to win." As Nian Bing was speaking, he wanted to stand up and look for Luo Ro. However, there were two soft and cold jade hands on his shoulders. Nian Bing only felt an aura as heavy as a mountain pressing down on him from behind. He was instantly rendered immobile. He didn't need to turn around to know who had done this. He couldn't help but ask in a strange tone, "Chen Chen, what are you doing? Don't tell me you have a better idea?" Lan Chen switched to one hand pressing on Nian Bing and turned to the front. Together with Feng Nu, he stared into Nian Bing's eyes. He shook his head and said, "Under such circumstances, what can I do? You've indeed made the biggest mistake, which is to underestimate the gods who have 10,000 years of wisdom. In fact, even if you're preparing to attack them now, I'm afraid the gods have already thought of it. With the Shi world's current cautiousness, they'll definitely be on guard. They probably won't give you too much of a chance. Even if the god's curse can be broken, the harm it brings will still have some impact on the Rangoon continent's allied forces. Under such circumstances, I'm afraid the scales of victory won't tilt towards the Rangoon continent's allied forces. My judgment can't be wrong. Nian Bing's eyes flashed. He looked at Lan Chen, who had a charming smile on his face. Suddenly, his expression changed. You're not Chen Chen. Who are you? A silver light flickered. Without hesitation, he enveloped Lan Chen with his spiritual energy. If it wasn't for the possibility of his judgment being wrong, Nian Bing would have used a spiritual attack this time. Although he had just recovered a little of his spiritual energy, he could still use it to attack. A faint silver light was also emitted from Lan Chen's eyes. The gentle silver light did not resist Nian Bing's spiritual energy. Instead, it gently resisted his spiritual energy. Nian Bing's body trembled slightly as if he had been electrocuted. He suddenly revealed a shocked expression. Lan Chen's aura obviously did not change. However, his spiritual energy was as vast as the ocean. In this world, who else could reach such a level? Who else had such a huge amount of spiritual energy? There was only one answer. Are you Xianxia? Nian Bing stared at Lan Chen in front of him. He never thought that Amaterasu would suddenly appear at this time. Lan Chen smiled. He gently pinched Nian Bing's shoulder and said, "You still remember me? I thought you had long forgotten about me." Nian Bing frowned and said, "What kind of joke is this? Why are you controlling my wife's body? Where's Cao? You left the godly mainland without permission. Aren't you afraid that the three true gods will find trouble with you, with Cao's power alone? You definitely won't be able to stop him." Nian Bing did not know whether Tianxiang's arrival was good or bad. Although the Shi world was nothing in front of Tianxiang's arrival could possibly mean that the three true gods on the godly mainland would make a move. They were the experts that Nian Bing was most unwilling to get involved with. Since those three despicable fellows could destroy the entire civilization of the lost continent, they could naturally destroy the Yangon continent as well. Thank you for thinking about me. Am I not here? Just as you said, if I were to separate from Tianxiang, I would be destroyed. It is very likely that it will be destroyed. There was a hint of gentleness in the calm and familiar voice. A surging aura of life nourished Nian Bing's body and immediately lifted his spirits. When Nian Bing turned around in shock, he saw Feng Nu smiling at him. Although her appearance had not changed, her long hair had turned green. Who else but the god of life, Cao, possessed such a surging and generous aura of life? Nian Bing could not help but admire the strength of super experts like Cao and Tianxiang. Not only did they control Feng Nu and Lan Chen's bodies, but they had also taken control of their own bodies. They had also transferred all of their abilities into their wives' bodies without harming them in the slightest. This situation was extremely terrifying. Although Nian Bing's spiritual power was not weak, it was still far from reaching that level. Looking at Cao and then looking at Tianxiang, Nian Bing suddenly had a strange feeling. He said softly, "Even if you came to find me, you don't have to invade my wife's body. If you do this, won't it damage their souls?" Tianxiang giggled and said, "You are really a sentimental person. Don't worry, we won't damage their souls, at least not at this time." Nian Bing's expression changed. "What do you mean?" Tianxiang giggled and said, "Nothing, Nian Bing. Actually, we came here today to ask for your help. If we were not forced, we would not have come here to find you. We also have no other choice." Nian Bing stared blankly. Compared to the unpredictable Tianxiang, he was more willing to deal with the god of life, Cao. Perhaps it was also because he once had a relationship with Cao in the water. He turned to Cao, who had taken control of Feng Nu's body, and said, "What the hell is going on? What kind of trouble have you encountered, and how do you need my help? You should know that with my strength, I am no threat to those three true gods." Cao sighed. Nian Bing actually saw some sadness in his eyes. "Nian Bing, Tianxiang is right. We have no other choice but to come to you. If there were other ways, we would not have chosen to do this. Only by borrowing your strength can we continue to survive." Nian Bing was shocked, and said, "It's that serious?" Cao nodded firmly and said, "You know a little about the situation of those three true gods. I told you last time in the continent of gods, their combined strength is already above the two of us, and they have the ability to destroy us. But they are afraid that the fusion of half of the god of emotions will backfire and kill two of them before death, so although they have the upper hand, they have been hesitating. But in recent years, the three of them have been training hard. Moreover, recently, Xianxia and I often have a feeling of uneasiness. You have to understand that we are gods of emotions, and we are extremely sensitive to emotions. This feeling can only mean one thing, that is, we are about to be in big trouble. Simple judgment and reasoning can lead to a very simple answer. The God of Order and the other two true gods have probably found a way to deal with us. Because of this, we are now in extreme danger. I'm afraid that in these 2 days, they will find us in advance for the final battle. Nianbing looked at the sadness in Cao's eyes, and couldn't help but feel a trace of pity. Although the woman in front of her didn't know how many years older than her, in Nianbing's eyes, she was very pitiful. For so many years, Cao and Tianxiang had been working hard to contend with their opponents. Tens of thousands of years had passed, but the battle still hadn't disappeared. And now, at this time, they were facing the threat of death. Thinking of Cao's perfect and delicate body, and the touching expression when she drank the 100-flower dew that she brewed herself. Nianbing nodded almost subconsciously, and said, "Okay, tell me what you need my help with. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to help. You get through this difficult situation. As for those 3 master gods, I don't have any good feelings towards them at all. Of course, that would be the best. The entire civilization of the lost continent would be destroyed in their hands." Tianxiang restrained the smile on her face, and looked at Nianbing seriously, and said, "According to Cao's and my plan, this time, we will succeed. This time, with your help, we succeeded. I promise you, we will definitely destroy those 3 fellows completely. In return for your help to us. At the same time, we will help you solve the problem of all the gods. This may be the only thing we can do for you." Looking at Tianxiang, there was a flickering light in her eyes. Nianbing suddenly felt a little uneasy, and said doubtfully, "Aren't you very tight on time? Then stop hemming and hawing. How do you want me to help? Hurry up and say it." However, there is no innate qi here, and my strength is much worse than normal. Tianxiang shook her head, and said, "We want your help, and it has nothing to do with your strength. Do you still remember, Cao once said to you that the two of us are half-finished products? At the beginning, when we were born, the father of human evolution who created us discovered this problem. However, in order to study us, he put in a lot of effort. At that time, he seemed to have figured out where the problem was, but he didn't have time to say it. Before he died, he only left a word. For this word, we studied for tens of thousands of years. It was because of your appearance last time that we finally understood the meaning of that word. You are right, under certain special circumstances, as long as Cao and I completely fuse our energy, and see through the mystery of life energy and death energy, our strength will sublimate, and we will become the true god of emotions. Then, our strength will instantly rise to the 18th level, and we will become the true strongest. Do you know what the father of human evolution left behind before he died? What was that word?" Shibing shook his head blankly. Looking at Tianxiang's gradually excited expression, the uneasiness in his heart became more and more intense. Cao sighed, and said, "That word is strange. At that time, the father of human evolution seemed to have a lot to say to us, but his vitality was consumed too much, and I had just obtained life energy, so I couldn't save his life at all. So, before he died, he only said this word. For the sake of this word, Tianxiang and I have gone through many hardships. We have continuously studied the mysteries of this word, but to no avail." Nianbing frowned, and said, "Since the father of human evolution in your hands has a way to resolve this situation between you two, why didn't he leave some records for you before he died? Instead, it became like this. Why didn't you find that way for tens of thousands of years?" Tianxiang snorted in annoyance and said, "Do you think it's so easy for humans to evolve? The father of human evolution, who researched us, and the father of science and technology, who researched the 3 guys of the God of Order, both spent a lifetime of effort to achieve this. Before we were truly created, the father of human evolution didn't know that we would have such flaws, and after we appeared, his vitality was greatly weakened. Before he died, perhaps it was the most clear-headed moment of his life. At that moment, Cao and I saw the expression of understanding in his eyes, and we knew that he had figured it out at that time. But everything was too late, and he didn't have time to tell us his thoughts, so that we could change our current situation. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and he only left us a word. Nianbing asked curiously, "Then do you understand now?" "Just now, you seem to have understood the mystery of that word under my influence." Cao and Xianxia nodded at the same time, and a faint blush appeared on the faces of the two female true gods. Cao said, "Yes, we finally understand that the father of human evolution didn't leave us a word, but a word, and that is the opposite sex, and not just a simple word different." "Opposite sex? Can you be more specific?" Although the feeling of uneasiness still existed, Nianbing's curiosity was even stronger at this time. After all, this was a mystery from tens of thousands of years ago. With the two female true gods here, they didn't have to worry about the matter of the gods for the time being. Cao said, "Last time, I told you that the energy of life and the energy of death are two kinds of energy that are almost absolutely opposite, and Tianxiang and I are the contradictory combination of these two opposite energies. At that time, you said that your ice and fire magic can be fused under special circumstances. Tianxiang and I have considered your statement for a long time, and you have also studied it with us. Facts have proven that your theory is absolutely valid. Your ice and fire homogeneous magic uses the fixed characteristics of the magic elements to change their coexisting characteristics so that they can adapt to each other while still preserving their original abilities. This is what makes you a mage of the ice and fire homogeneous magic. However, our life energy and death energy are at a much higher level than your ice and fire origin magic. Hence, it is very difficult for us to fuse these two types of energy. However, the special situation that you mentioned is still possible. After careful consideration by Tianxiang and I, as well as everything that happened between us and you, as well as the word different that the father left behind, we finally figured it out. We are also glad that we have already prepared everything before. Now, we have at least a 50% chance of success and become the true god of emotions, but we need your help." Nianbing looked at Cao and Tianxiang in surprise, and said in disbelief, "Cao, you mean to say that you have found the common ground between the energy of life and the energy of death? This is too inconceivable. How did you do it?" Of course he knew how high the level of life energy and death energy were. Just by possessing one of them, Cao and Tianxiang had reached the 17th step. And he himself possessed the same origin of ice and fire. If he didn't take into account his other strength, he would at most be at the 13th step. The difference in level was really too great. And it was precisely because of this difference in level that the fusion of life energy and death energy was 100 times more difficult than the fusion of ice and fire. Therefore, when he heard that Cao and Tianxiang had found a way, Nianbing's heart was filled with doubt and curiosity. Cao's face turned even redder. He nodded lightly and said, "Yes, we have indeed found it. Although life energy and death energy contain almost all kinds of energy, there is one kind that they can't contain. As the god of emotions, we are very clear that emotions are a form of energy. And among the emotions, there is only one kind that can be completely unaffected by life and death, and that is love. You have several wives, I think you must understand how great the power of love is. In front of true love, life and death can be ignored. And it is precisely because of this that we believe that in front of the power of love, no energy can conflict with each other. Even life and death energy are the same. To put it simply, love was the commonality between the two opposite energies of life and death." Nianbing looked at Cao and Tianxiang in shock. He didn't expect that the answer would actually be like this. Love, the commonality between life and death was actually love. He looked at Cao and Tianxiang in shock. He already understood some things in his heart. The radiance in his eyes became still. "Tell me honestly, did you already start plotting against me when you first met me?" Tianxiang said indifferently, "You can also think of it that way. At that time, we already thought of the possibility of the opposite sex. But we still didn't confirm that love was this important commonality. We thought it was a human emotion. Therefore, Cao asked you to go to the mountain of death to find me. Under the use of various circumstances, we gradually understood the mystery." Nianbing's eyes sharpened. So you're saying that you pretended to be injured by my spiritual attack on the mountain of death? Xianxia looked deeply at Nianbing and said, your spiritual power is indeed much stronger than we thought. I was really shocked at that time. However, it was impossible for him to be injured. After all, the gap between you and us is still too big. It was also at that time that we decided to choose you as our candidate to fuse with the god of emotions. You have a lot of feelings, and at that time, your kiss made us fully feel the taste of human love, although at that time you did not have the existence of love. To tell you the truth, even the physical relationship between you and Cao when he helped you recover your vitality was because we wanted to experience the power of love. You have an extremely strong will. If it weren't for our special methods, you and Cao, or you and the two of us, wouldn't have had that kind of relationship. No wonder I was so impulsive at the Lake of Life, and felt so strong. It turned out that I had already fallen into the trap of the god of life and the god of death. Nianbing couldn't help but feel a little sad. She had always thought that she was very smart, but compared to these existences who had lived for tens of thousands of years, she was nothing. The sadness in Cao's eyes became more obvious. At that time, I truly felt the taste of love. Until now, I can still clearly remember every moment that happened at that time. Xianxia and I are two souls in the same body. What I can feel, she can naturally feel too. After our continuous research and inquiry, we finally found the common point between life and death, love. Therefore, we came here at a time of crisis. Originally, Xianxia and I didn't want to hurt you in any way. After all, you are the only man who can make us feel the taste of love. However, we had no choice but to come. If we can't become the true god of emotions, then our only ending is death. For the great wish of the father of human evolution, for our tens of thousands of years of battle, we must make some sacrifices. Nianbing, I'm sorry. What we want to do is to use your body to complete the fusion process. Nianbing looked at Cao indifferently, and said, I understand. As the saying goes, destruction before creation. Your so-called fusion is probably carried out with me as the center. After you complete the fusion with the god of emotions, as the medium of the fusion, I will naturally disappear. Therefore, you feel a little embarrassed. This time, since you have already made up your mind to find me, then what else can I say? In front of two true gods, I can't possibly have any ability to resist. After saying this, he laughed at himself. Originally, he had already regarded Cao and Xianxia as his friends, and because of his relationship with Cao in the past, he always had some strange feelings in his heart. However, he now understood that he had always been a tool used by Cao and Xianxia. They helped him recover his vitality and help him improve his strength. It was the same logic as raising a fat pig and then slaughtering it. They came to find him only for the sake of reaping the benefits. Looking at Nianbing's indifferent eyes, Cao and Xianxia felt an inexplicable pain in their hearts. The two girls lowered their heads at the same time. Xianxia said, Nianbing, if we had a choice, we wouldn't want it to be like this. I'm sorry. Nianbing smiled indifferently, and said, it's okay. Since you have already decided on this matter, I can't change anything. Even if I knew that you wanted to use me at that time, I couldn't do anything to change this fact. After all, I was already in a half-dead state at that time. My life was given to me by you. Now that you want to take it back, how can I not give it to you? I also don't have the strength to not give it to you. However, seeing that we once had a short-lived marriage, I want to ask you a few things. As long as you agree, I will do my best to cooperate with you to complete the fusion process. I think that as a medium, my cooperation will be of some help to you. A short-lived marriage? Nianbing, your words are so unpleasant. Cao raised his head and looked at Nianbing with a complicated expression. Nianbing smiled and said, I really can't think of any other way to describe it. Perhaps, this is the best explanation. Don't tell me that we didn't have a short-lived marriage? Now, there is no need to argue about this. I just want to know if you are willing to promise me a few things? Cao took a deep breath. He walked to Nianbing's side and held his other shoulder, saying, just say it. As long as we can do it, we will do it. We will do our best to help you. Nianbing looked deeply at Cao. His eyes were full of meaning, as if he wanted to drill into Cao's heart. Actually, what I want to ask you to do is very simple for you. First of all, you just said that if you complete the fusion of the god of emotions. After dealing with the three true gods, you can help the Rangoon Continent's coalition to solve the threat of the gods. I hope you can fulfill this promise. After all, this world can no longer afford to pay the price of another war of the gods. If another civilization is destroyed, I am afraid that it will not be able to recover for hundreds of thousands of years. I think that when you said that you want to live the life of an ordinary person, it is true. It is for your own future. You must complete this task no matter what. Cao and Xianxia nodded at the same time. Cao said, "Don't worry, those gods should not exist in this world. Let me tell you a secret. The gods were originally deliberately cultivated by the three god of order in order to choose the strongest among the humans to help them. But the time for humans to improve is too long. And it is full of danger and uncertainty. It is difficult to grasp the human character alone, so they failed. As for these gods who should not exist, we will naturally deal with them. Nianbing, we promise to help you complete this task after we eliminate the three true gods. Do you have any other wishes?" Nianbing took a deep breath and said, "My death may have some impact on the Rangoon continent. My second wish is for you to replace me. To balance the relationship between the empires of the Rangoon continent. I hate war. Only peace is the best in the world. I think, with your strength, you can do better than me." Tianxiang frowned slightly and said, "Although this is a little troublesome, we can still promise you. With our strength, we only need to use some methods and strength to balance the relationship. Perhaps it will be a little troublesome." Nianbing smiled and said, "For you, dealing with this kind of trouble seems to be a simple matter. My third wish is even simpler. After I die, please erase the memories of my three wives. Perhaps this is impossible for others, but with your ultimate energy of life and death, plus the enormous spiritual power of the awakened god of emotions, it shouldn't be difficult to do this. I don't want my wives to be overly sad because of my death and do anything foolish. I only want them to live a new life. Even if they forget me, they will be reborn. As long as they can be happy, I don't ask for anything else. As for my parents, I hope you can help guide them. Perhaps, with your god of emotions' ability to control emotions, you can reduce their grief. You can think of a way to tell them that I died from my injuries after expending too much energy in the battle with the She world. These are my three conditions." Cao looked at Nianbing and sighed. Perhaps this is the true love of humans. For the sake of the person you love, it doesn't matter even if you forget yourself. Nianbing, I'm really envious of your love. Your wives are really blessed. Tianxiang continued, "Unfortunately, we can't promise you this last condition. It's easy to deal with your parents. Your death will make them sad, but we can control their emotions and help them recover gradually. However, among your three wives, only the girl named Long Ling can have her memories erased. Feng Nu and Lan Chen can't." Nianbing's heart trembled, and her expression could no longer remain calm. She said in horror, "Isn't it enough to have me as a medium? You still want to hurt my wives?" Cao said sadly, "As creatures that have lived for tens of thousands of years, we won't do meaningless things. Since we've taken over your wives' bodies, we naturally have our reasons. Tianxiang and I are both energy bodies. Even if we can feel your true love, it's difficult for us to exchange love with you without a physical body to achieve the fusion of the god of emotions. During the fusion process, we have to borrow the bodies of your two wives. Frankly speaking, your conditions are excellent, much better than what we imagined. You're a magician with the same origin of ice and fire. Although your current strength can be reflected in many aspects, this won't change. And your two wives are noble and powerful existences. One is a phoenix, one is ice and one is fire. They just happen to be compatible with your bodies. The reason why the three of you can increase your strength so quickly is largely related to the exchange of ice and fire energy. Our life and death energy are too overbearing. It's very easy to destroy your body at the beginning of the fusion, thus making all the previous efforts go to waste. However, if we use your two wives' bodies as a guide, this danger won't exist. This also makes the possibility of our success much higher. Moreover, we can also separate the two souls of Tianxiang and I because they're attached to different bodies. Only in this way can we have a chance of success. Therefore, it's impossible for your wives to have their memories erased and live again. Nianbing's heart beat violently. Looking at Cao and Xianxia invading Feng Nu and Lan Chen's bodies, his heart was set off a great wave. He didn't care about his own life. After all, his life had been saved from the most dangerous situation several times. However, he couldn't ignore the lives of his wives. He didn't want the women he loved most to be hurt. Tianxiang sighed softly, Nianbing, we could have promised you first. Anyway, when you die, your soul will disappear, and you won't be able to feel everything in the outside world. However, we don't want to lie to you at this time, so we're telling you the truth. What we need to do is to control the bodies of your two little ginger sisters to fuse with you. This way, the love in their souls will fuse with you, and the love in our hearts for you will be triggered. The two energies of life and death will gradually fuse in your fusion of ice and fire, allowing us to become the true gods of emotions. Nianbing's voice became high. When this ceremony is over, what will become of Chen Chen and Feng Nu? Cao sighed softly, and said, perhaps, their souls will disappear with you. We haven't experienced this fusion process, so we don't know what will really happen at that time. Your spiritual power and magic power will become the medium of our fusion and will inevitably disappear. Tianxiang and I will continue to use the bodies of Feng Nu and Lan Chen after becoming the god of emotions, and become their new selves. Perhaps, in a sense, they didn't die, and they did get a new life. Bullshit, their souls are gone. How can they still be Feng Nu and Chen Chen? You are too despicable. Is there no other way? I can die, I can cooperate with you, but I beg you, don't hurt my wives. Tianxiang shook her head and said, I'm sorry, Nianbing. Although Cao and I fell in love with you because of the short-lived marriage you mentioned, our love for you is not as deep as your wives'. In this case, we have to use their bodies. What's more, when we really become the god of emotions, we will have to separate. There are too few perfect bodies like your two wives in this world, so when we came here, we had already decided to do this. You don't have to say more. Since things are already decided, they can't be changed. Nianbing looked at them, her eyes full of hatred. Now I know. It turns out that you true gods are all jackals of the same tribe. Compared with the three gods of order, you are not much better. Cao, Tianxiang. If you really want to do this, don't blame me for doing my best to destroy your plan. I will also die. Even if I die, I won't let you get what you want. Tianxiang said indifferently, Nianbing, you still underestimate us. Although we can only merge into half of the god of emotions now, for you, it is enough. We can control your emotions, and we can make you do a lot of things. What's more, standing in front of you are your two wives. It's your two wives. Just your feelings for them, under the influence of our abilities, there's no way that they won't explode. Therefore, even if you don't cooperate with us, we can still complete the process of merging. Saying this to you is just to let you understand everything. We don't want to do this, but we really have no choice. In order to survive, who can say what is right and what is wrong? Maybe you will hate us forever until the moment your soul disappears, but we can't change our minds. I'm sorry, Nianbing. The only thing we can promise you is that we won't harm the little dragon in your body. We'll fulfill the condition we agreed to earlier. We will do it. Nianbing urged her spiritual power with all her strength, but she could clearly feel the hands on her shoulders suddenly tighten. The two balls of life and death energy in her chest emitted completely opposite energy at the same time. Her whole body became sluggish, and suddenly all her abilities were sealed. Other than being able to speak, she couldn't do anything now. 2 drops of tears fell from Cao's eyes. Nianbing, I'm sorry. I will always remember your 100 flower dew. You are the first man in my life, and also the last man. Even if I become the god of emotions, this will never change. Even though you're not a perfect human, you have a strong heart. Nianbing, we're going to start now. Soon, all of this will be over. You will not feel any pain. Your soul will disappear in the peak of bliss. Tianxiang said, actually, I really envy you three. When you asked us to let Feng Nu and Lan Chen go, their souls were also asking us to use their lives as the price to exchange for yours. Unfortunately, all of this has become impossible. Nianbing smiled. His smile was so bleak. Could it be that the three of us are destined to live and die together? If that's really the case, what can I do? Cao, Xianxia, do you know what I'm thinking now? In the past, I really did hate the three of them, but now I really want them to appear immediately. I don't believe that they don't feel anything when you leave the continent of gods. As their biggest enemy, I'm afraid that they are monitoring your every move. At this critical moment, Nianbing looked at Cao and Tianxiang's sorrowful eyes and knew that they were no longer people who could be moved by feelings. Now, if he wanted to live, he could only rely on his own wisdom. Although the possibility of success was infinitely close to zero, he had to try for his wives. But Cao's answer immediately made him fall into despair. Nianbing, since we came to find you, everything is naturally arranged. You don't have to say anything more. It will only worsen our impression of you. When we left the continent of gods, Tianxiang and I used the two types of energy of life and death to condense our original bodies. With the energy aura, it will be very difficult for the three of them to discover us. Moreover, they should be at the most critical moment of their seclusion. Even if they discover us, they will have to complete their own cultivation before chasing us. This period of time is enough for us to complete the process of fusion today. Nianbing, I'm sorry. A cold black stream of air was released from Tianxiang's hand and swept through every part of Nianbing's body. Cao let go of his hand and stood aside looking at Nianbing. Tears kept falling from her eyes. Tianxiang and Cao were originally one, so they were feeling the same now. It was just that Tianxiang's character was obviously stronger than Cao's. Under the effect of the cold black stream of air, Nianbing only felt a burst of cold all over his body. The magician's robe on his body turned into powder and disappeared, revealing his tall and burly body. It was naturally nothing to be naked in front of his wife, but now it was like there were 4 women looking at him. Nianbing was very angry, but in front of a true god, there was nothing he could do. The black stream of air disappeared. Cao and Tianxiang walked in front of Nianbing at the same time. From the outside, they looked like Feng Nu and Lan Chen, but their expressions belonged to Cao and Tianxiang. 2 soft and elastic bodies pressed against Nianbing. Nianbing only felt the space in front of his eyes change. The next moment, he was lying flat on the bed. A faint light was emitted from Cao and Tianxiang's bodies. Nianbing could clearly hear their gradually violent heartbeats through the influence of the life sphere and the death sphere. That strange feeling made Ling Nianbing's heart tighten. He knew that the fusion process was about to begin. Feng Nu and Lan Chen were originally naked. Since reaching the 8th Phoenix transformation, they could use energy to condense the most beautiful clothes on their bodies, and it didn't consume too much energy. This was the Phoenix clan's racial ability. Phoenixes had gorgeous feathers, and the clothes on their bodies were just like phoenix feathers. Along with the faint light, the blue and red 2 long dresses floated away. 2 hot and cold bodies were pressed against Nianbing's chest. Cao and Tianxiang were also very nervous. They even paused for a moment, not knowing what to do. Nianbing remembered a popular phrase on the continent, to be a woman. When being raped, if you know that resistance is futile, then you might as well choose to enjoy it. Even if it's just the last enjoyment, it's still worth it compared to meaningless resistance and losing your life. At least, if you keep your life, there's still a chance for revenge. But right now, I'm not even a woman. Perhaps, I can also choose to enjoy it. After all, whether it's my 2 wives, or Cao and Tianxiang, they're all the best among women. However, after this enjoyment, my life will also be lost. A burning feeling came from her lower abdomen. Nianbing really admired herself. Even when her life was in danger, her body could still produce intense pleasure under the friction of Feng Nu and Lan Chen's perfect bodies. It was unknown when Cao and Heavenly Fragrance's hands had clasped together. A light pink air current enveloped the entire room. The domain, which did not give off a strong feeling, instantly gave the tent a strange feeling. It was as if everything had become sharp, but everything also became blurry. It was as if this was no longer the original tent, but a different space. Cao's voice sounded in Nianbing's heart, "We're going to start. Although our emotional domain is only a semi-finished product of the god of emotions, it's enough for you." Don't try to resist, it will only make you feel more pain. Go peacefully. If possible, we'll try to keep the souls of Feng Nu and Lan Chen. After we find a suitable body, we'll help them transplant it. After we become the real god of emotions, we have this ability. It wasn't until after listening to Cao's words that Nianbing truly felt that the sadness that Cao had been showing was real. She really has fallen in love with me. Although I don't know how deep this love is, it's still real after all. Thank you, Cao. Although you didn't give me a clear answer, this may be the best news for me now. I won't resist. For the sake of my wife's survival, I'll try my best to cooperate with you to complete the integration process. Before I die, I can love my wives again. Perhaps, compared to other dying people, I'm the happiest one. His mood finally calmed down a little. Nianbing found that his feelings had become more sensitive. After thinking through everything, his heart became a lot more open. Only by helping the god of emotions integrate better could the souls of Feng Nu and Lan Chen be able to perfectly integrate with the least impact and survive. For Nianbing, this was undoubtedly the happiest thing. Therefore, he no longer chose to resist. Instead, he chose to cooperate. He closed his eyes and didn't want to think about anything else. He just used his heart to feel every minute change in his two wives' bodies. In his mind, Cao and Xianxia no longer existed. Although Feng Nu and Lan Chen only had their bodies, the love in Nianbing's heart was constantly being released. Nianbing knew that this was his last chance to express his love to them. He didn't hold back at all. He released his love for them in his heart without any other emotions. Although Nianbing's body couldn't move, every part of his body was full of fluctuations of love. When Cao and Tianxiang's half-emotional domain was completed, they were surprised to find that their domain didn't have any effect at all. Their goal was to provoke the love and desire in Nianbing's heart. However, they were surprised to find that the strong love emitted by Nianbing was actually much stronger than the influence of their half-emotional domain. What was going on? How could a person's love reach such a level? At this time, because of the excessive increase of love, Nianbing's consciousness was no longer clear. The restriction was lifted in an instant, and Nianbing regained the ability to move. He opened his arms and hugged his two wives tightly in his arms. Not to mention that he was no longer clear-headed after completely releasing the love in his heart. Even if he was clear-headed, he wouldn't stand a chance in front of the two true gods. Cao and Tianxiang felt an incomparable surge of love in Nianbing's arms at the same time, impacting the deepest part of their souls in a hot current, evoking their memories of the past. The two true god spirits trembled at the same time. At this critical moment, as half-emotional gods, their consciousness was very clear. They both knew that the process of fusion was about to begin. This would determine whether the two of them could defeat the other three true gods or not. Cautiously, they allowed Nianbing to gently stroke the bodies of Feng Nu and Lan Chen, completely restraining their own life energy and death energy. They fully felt the sublimation of their emotions in love. Only when their emotions reached a critical point, when the realm of love was sublimated to the extreme, surpassing life and death, could the true fusion of the god of emotions begin. At this time, Nianbing had forgotten everything. He was completely numbed by the love in his heart. In the situation that might be his last dinner, even he was a little surprised that he actually had such a surging love. His heart was filled with the figures of Feng Nu and Lan Chen, as well as Long Ling, and his love for them continued to grow. Love was indeed a kind of energy. It didn't only affect one's emotions. Under the influence of the enormous love that Nianbing gradually emitted, Feng Nu and Lan Chen's bodies gradually reacted. An alluring rose-red color gradually appeared on the delicate skin of the two women. Feng Nu's tender body became even hotter, and Lan Chen's tender body also gradually became hotter. Cao and Tianxiang strangely discovered that although they were now controlling the bodies of the two sisters, Feng Nu and Lan Chen, their souls were constantly emitting a strong sense of love. Even with their true god-level strength, they were unexpectedly unable to seal this sense of love. It gradually merged with Nianbing's sense of love, and continued to sublimate. Nianbing closed his eyes, and used his heart to feel his wife's love. Of course, he knew that it didn't come from Cao and Tianxiang. In his mind, the two true gods no longer existed. As the strong sense of love continued to sublimate, Nianbing's movements gradually became more intense. The union of the physical body was no doubt wonderful, but at this moment, the aura emitted by true love made them enter an unprecedented realm. Nianbing gradually forgot what he was doing. He closed his eyes, and completely surrendered his body to instinct. He still continued to release his sense of love, and constantly used silent love to communicate with his two wives. Cao and Xianxia gradually became excited. Under the influence of the terrifying energy of love, the two energies of life and death that they possessed gradually changed. The originally different domains began to gradually merge, and Nianbing's body was the medium for their union. The sphere of life and the sphere of death on Nianbing's chest emitted a faint black and green luster. The life aura and the death aura that rejected each other became distinct, and didn't interfere with each other. The blood in Nianbing's body seemed to have been ignited, and was fiercely boiling. Although Nianbing, Fengnu, and Lanchen couldn't feel the changes in their bodies, and were completely immersed in the feeling of love, Cao and Xianxia, who kept their minds clear, were bitterly enduring wave after wave of intense pleasure. They occupied the bodies of Fengnu and Lanchen, so naturally, they could also feel the process of sublimation of love and the bliss of love through their bodies. As the god of emotions, they knew that they absolutely couldn't sink into carnal desires. However, Nianbing's body was like a magnet with a huge amount of energy, constantly attracting their souls. His every impact was so powerful and concise. There wasn't too much fanciness, but with a strong sense of love, and constantly rising strong stimulation in the semi-emotional domain. If it weren't for the fact that Cao and Xianxia were in a tense state of cultivation, they were afraid that they would have bitterly smiled at each other. Because they found that the semi-emotional domain created by the two of them didn't seem to be used on Nian, but more like it was used on themselves. The constantly entangled body exuded a lascivious aura. In the eyes of Cao and Xianxia, Nianbing didn't know fatigue at all. Moreover, his every impact brought a huge sense of love, not only communicating with Fengnu and Lanchen, but also constantly attacking the souls of Cao and Xianxia. Fengnu and Lanchen's souls completely communicated with Nianbing through the solid bridge of love. They thrived under the nourishment of Nianbing's love. Their souls were sealed, but they couldn't seal the love in their hearts. Every time their love increased, it would make them more compatible with Nianbing's heart. Lanchen and Fengnu were willing to sacrifice everything for their beloved. Their love entangled into Nianbing's body, tightly protecting Nianbing's soul. Although it was only natural protection in deep love, they were facing the two powerful existences, Cao and Xianxia. Cao and Xianxia wanted to cut off Nianbing's connection with Fengnu and Lanchen more than once, because the rising speed of their love was really too terrifying, causing the two true gods to bear more and more intense the impact of their love. However, they didn't dare to take this risk. After all, in that unceasingly rising love, the respective auras of the two energies of life and death became more and more faint, as if they were attracted by the invisible love energy. Every time their auras were pulled, Cao and Xianxia would feel closer to each other, and the feeling of their emotions would also become more real. Even the pink semi-emotional domain, under the influence of the rising love energy, was the fusion process of the two energies of life and death became faster. Obviously, their judgment was absolutely correct. Under the influence of love, a special energy that wasn't restricted by any of the energies of life and death, the energy of life and death were constantly fusing. It could also be said that the god of emotions was continuously fusing during this process. Every bit of love would make this fusion process faster and more perfect. Nianbing's life essence had never been released. In deep love, every impact of his brought his love into the deepest part of Fengnu and Lanchen's souls, which were completely open to him. Every impact also made his love deeply strike Cao and Xianxia's souls. Cao and Xianxia changed almost at the same time. The impact of the strong pleasure and love energy made their original love for Nianbing sublimate. In the beginning, they still deliberately resisted, but Cao and Xianxia soon found that Nianbing's love was not hostile. It was just the love energy that he subconsciously emitted. Under the nourishment of his love energy, they could feel endless happiness instead of influence and pain. When his deep love connected with the love in their hearts, the two true gods finally understood why their abilities couldn't seal Fengnu and Lanchen's love for Nianbing. It was definitely the most wonderful feeling in the world. Through the communication of love as a bridge, everything seemed to become unimportant. That wonderful feeling made the bodies of Feng Nu and Lan Chen under their control let out moving moans at the same time. It was really beautiful. What surprised Cao and Tianxiang even more was that although the love in their hearts was connected with Nian Bing's love, it didn't affect their sober state. On the contrary, they became more and more clear-headed, and their grasp of life energy and death energy became clearer. After they gave up blocking the impact of Nian Bing's love energy, the process of the fusion of life energy and death energy became several times faster than before. It was in this case that they decided to completely open up their love for Nian Bing at the same time. This was a special kind of communication, a silent communication, and the most wonderful communication in the world. The combination of carnal desire and love gradually became unbalanced. Carnal desire became a simple medium and was no longer important, but the communication of love in each other's hearts was more wonderful and moving. Nian Bing's love seemed to be rising endlessly, as if it would never end. Gradually, Cao and Tianxiang's love for Nian Bing seemed so small in front of the founder's deep love. But it continued to sublimate in his deep love. In their minds, they recalled the bits and pieces that happened when they were with Nian Bing, and every scene became extremely clear. They found it more and more. Nian Bing was so perfect, but not absolutely perfect. Even his flaws were surrounded by this rich field of love energy. Strangely, they were no longer flaws. A deep sadness appeared in the hearts of Cao and Tianxiang at the same time. They both found that their mistakes were not in the fusion of the god of emotions. Now, the energy of life and the energy of death had begun the process of blending in slight contact. Obviously, the real fusion had begun. What made Cao and Tianxiang feel sad was precisely because of Nian Bing's love. When they felt the beauty from the deepest part of their souls in that rich love, they thought of a problem at the same time. Nian Bing's love did not appear because of them. Nian Bing's strong love was for his own wife. At this time, although Cao and Tianxiang wanted to restrain their inner sadness, they were shocked to find that in that incomparably wonderful feeling. As half of the god of emotions, they could not control their feelings. Their minds were completely filled with Nian Bing's love for his wife, as well as their despicable feeling of using Nian Bing. Their love for Nian Bing was still sublimating, but the higher the level of this love, the deeper their sadness. Cao and Tianxiang suddenly understood a problem. They were horrified to find that if this continued, even if the energy of life and the energy of death were completely fused under their control, under the effect of the love that had sublimated to a higher level than these two energies, their lives would come to an end because of endless sadness. As the god of emotions, they all understood that when a kind of emotion came to an end, it would produce a huge amount of energy. The extreme of love could help them become the true god of emotions, but the extreme of sadness could completely destroy them. Although Cao and Tianxiang did not understand what they had done wrong, they both knew that they had walked into the abyss of destruction. At this time, their emotions were completely out of control. Although they had the ability to leave Nian Bing's arms and end the fusion process, under the pull of the energy of life and the energy of death, Nian Bing would die immediately. Their love that had now sublimated to the level of Feng Nu and Lan Chen did not allow them to do so. If they really did so, they would also be destroyed immediately because of the extreme sadness in their hearts. At this time, Cao and Tianxiang had reached a point where they could not stop even if they wanted to. They could only watch everything continue to develop, while enduring the extreme pleasure and endless sadness. In this world of ice and fire, their pain could be imagined. And all of this, only they could feel it. They, who had become extremely clear-headed, knew that when the energy of life and the energy of death completely fused into the true energy of the god of emotions, a true god of emotions would not be born. Because at that time, Nian Bing's soul would disappear completely because of their invasion and absorption, and they would also be destroyed by the extreme sadness of Nian Bing's death. There was no winner in this fusion. It could be said that it was a complete failure. Nian Bing's body was still instinctively taking turns to have the most intimate contact with Feng Nu and Lan Chen, and his love had completely lost his mind. Cao and Tianxiang were very clear about everything that was happening around them, but he was completely unaware. There was only one thing he wanted to do, and that was to dedicate all the love in his heart to his most beloved wife before he was destroyed. This purpose was very simple, and it was also the reason why his love could be released without reservation. Cao and Tianxiang's hearts were constantly undergoing complex changes. The extreme pleasure sent them to the peak again and again, and the energy of life and death also became more and more harmonious in the process of continuous fusion. The ball of death in Nian Bing's chest had already struggled out of the Lizhong acupoint and combined with the ball of life. If it were not for the special change of sadness in his heart, then this fusion would absolutely be perfect. However, in the eyes of Cao and Xianxia, these seemed to be unimportant. Even the most important thing in their lives, the destruction of the other three true gods, seemed to have become illusory. Yes, in the face of such enormous love energy, what else could replace the feelings in their hearts? In their lives, only one figure was left, and that was Nian Bing. The release speed of Nian Bing's love energy increased again, but his sprinting body gradually slowed down. Cao and Tianxiang's hearts tightened at the same time, because they both knew that Nian Bing's final sprint was coming, and the essence of life would be released at that time. The moment the essence of life was released, it was also the moment the energy of the god of emotions completely fused. However, the happy god of emotions could only appear for a moment. Cao and Tianxiang's spirits had almost collapsed in sadness and pleasure. They were all bitterly enduring. Suddenly, Feng Nu and Lan Chen, who were under their control, trembled violently. Nian Bing's love energy suddenly erupted like a volcano, and the real him let out a low roar, and his sprinting instantly became fierce. At this time, Nian Bing and Feng Nu were integrated into one, and Lan Chen was closely behind him. The three people were completely shrouded in a strong love energy. The final juncture had finally arrived. This would be the embodiment of the ultimate realm of love, and at the same time, the end of destruction. Cao and Tianxiang's love for Nian Bing suddenly rose to a whole new level in their hearts under the sudden outpouring of love from Nian Bing. At this moment, a strong understanding appeared in the deepest part of their hearts. At the same time, they understood where they were wrong, and what the truth of love was and what the real god of emotions was. At that moment, the sadness in Cao and Tianxiang's hearts suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the incomparable pain disappeared, ushering in an incomparable surge of pleasure, the peak of bliss. Feng Nu and Lan Chen's eyes shed real tears, but now, these tears did not belong to them, but to the god of life, Cao, and the god of death, Tianxiang. The end of the fusion had finally arrived. Nian Bing let out an even louder roar and finally spat out the essence of his life. The whole tent was suddenly filled with a red airflow. The red airflow gradually turned into a light purple light, which was as noble as a violet. The light purple gradually deepened, and Nian Bing's love was completely seduced by the consciousness. Along with it, Cao and Tianxiang's consciousness also disappeared. In the whole tent, only the light purple light surrounded the silkworm, and every time it trembled, it exuded a noble and special smell. Dao Ren was teaching his subordinates some special martial arts that only the sentinel dwarves could use. He was a little absent-minded now, because he knew how thrilling tomorrow's battle would be. With his strength close to level 14, he could naturally see that although Nian Bing's overall strength was very strong, in the end, she was still not a match for the Hope World. Today's battle was already a draw, and he was very surprised. However, he did not know what kind of fighting power Nian Bing would be able to display in tomorrow's battle. Suddenly, Dao Brand felt his mental power fluctuate violently. A strong feeling came from his eyes, and his eyes shone with a strong light. His gaze subconsciously looked at Nian Bing's tent in the distance. Although his spiritual energy was not strong, he could still do a simple inspection. However, he realized that Nian Bing's tent was filled with a deathly still aura. It was as if there was no life in the tent. Dao Ren's heart was a little flustered. Of course, he knew how powerful Nian Bing's life energy was now. Her life energy could only mean one thing. That was the end of her life. Could it be that in yesterday's battle with the Hope World, Nian Bing had already suffered an irrecoverable injury? Dawn was rising from the east, and the sun was gradually bringing new light to the earth. However, Dao Ren's heart was now cold. Nian Bing was dead. To him, it was not because he had lost the strongest person to stop the enemy, but because he had lost his closest brother, his best partner. Dao Ren let out a roar without warning, causing his newly recruited tribesmen to fall to the ground. His body flickered. Siqing rushed towards Nian Bing's tent. Dao Ren was not the only one who sensed Nian Bing's life energy. At the same time, he also sensed those closest to Nian Bing. One of them was Kitty. Other than Nian Bing, she had the strongest spiritual energy in the Rangoon continent's allied forces. Trapped here, when Nian Bing's life energy was cut off, she was the first to sense it. Therefore, she also rushed towards Nian Bing's tent immediately. When she arrived at Nian Bing's tent, she happened to bump into Guren, who was rushing towards her. After that, Nian Bing's parents and the 7 Dragon Kings rushed over almost at the same time. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, but they didn't show any signs of grief. This was because they were all stunned by what had happened. Just as everyone was about to break into the tent, a strange wave of energy rippled out from the tent. The energy ripple was very gentle, and it soothed the negative emotions in Silkworm's heart. Even Dao Luan, who was the most impulsive, forcibly stopped himself from rushing into the tent. The gentle and joyful feeling spread through Silkworm's heart. The energy wasn't very strong, but it calmed them down. Nian Bing's tired voice came from the tent. "Thank you for your concern, everyone. I'm fine. Or rather, I've made a breakthrough in some aspects." That was just a short pause in the energy. "Luo Ro, please prepare the army. I'll be going out for the final battle with the Shi world in a moment." Nian Bing's voice dispelled the doubts in the sentries' hearts. The emotions in his voice made everyone understand that it was just a false alarm. Under Bing Ling's signal, the sentries gradually dispersed. They all knew that Nian Bing had paid a huge price in yesterday's battle. How could they just let him rest for one more minute? That was good enough. The surroundings of Nian Bing's tent regained its tranquility. However, Nian Bing herself was currently sitting in her tent in a daze. He, who was completely naked, stared blankly at his 2 wives who were intertwined with his body and emitting a faint fragrance. Their breathing was very stable, and with each breath of the silkworm, their full chests rose and fell slightly. Am I dreaming? Could it be that everything is just a dream? Nian Bing muttered to himself. He had just entered a short coma and it felt like a century had passed before he woke up. In reality, he had only fainted for a moment. No, this isn't a dream. Nian Bing soon woke up. His consciousness was becoming clearer. If it was just a dream, how could the Phoenix Lady and Lan Chen, who were already in a daze, say anything? However, if everything was real, just like what Fu Xiongcao and Tian Xiang had said, he should have died. Why was he waking up and appearing here in reality? Nian Bing didn't understand. His heart was filled with doubts. However, when he subconsciously checked the energy in his body, he was shocked. Nian Bing didn't feel any changes in his spiritual power. Everything in his body appeared in his mind. All the energy in his body had disappeared. It wasn't the weak feeling he had when he returned from yesterday's battle. Instead, it was a strange feeling. His body was empty and his blood flowed smoothly along his pulse. There wasn't a trace of energy fluctuation in his body. What surprised Nian Bing even more was that the earth acupoints that he had painstakingly cultivated had disappeared. They had disappeared one by one. The earth acupoint on his chest had disappeared. His life sphere and death sphere had also disappeared. The West Meridian acupoint on his lower abdomen and the square armor acupoint on his back had completely disappeared. Even the Sky Eye and Emperor acupoints that he was so proud of were gone. Everything had turned into the same state as a normal person. Nian Bing hadn't felt this state for many years. The magical elements in the air were still unusually thin due to the 7 lights awakening yesterday. Everything was indeed like a dream. Nian Bing didn't feel any pain because of the disappearance of his energy because at least he was still alive. Being alive was much better than being dead. Even if he had no power now. He still had something to say. Inside the tent, a faint aroma mixed with an obscene aura caused Nian Bing to unconsciously look at his 2 wives. They were Feng Nu and Lan Chen now. Or were they Cao and Tian Xiang? During the fusion process, Nian Bing only remembered that the feeling of love he was emitting was the most beautiful thing in the world. However, he had lost all his memories. He didn't know what happened after that. What kind of unforeseen event occurred during the fusion process? At the very least, his words were an anomaly. Nian Bing stood up and stretched his body. He realized that all the weakness he had felt earlier had left him. His entire body felt light, and he felt indescribably comfortable. All the negative feelings that appeared after returning from yesterday's battle had disappeared along with his ability. What happened to me? Nianbing wanted to ask very much, but he didn't know who to ask right now. Should he wake up Fengnu and Lanchen? Seeing them sleeping so soundly, Nianbing couldn't bear to make a sound. He was surprised to find that he didn't hate Cao and Xianxia in his heart. Instead, he pitied them. For tens of thousands of years, they had endured so much loneliness just to defeat their opponents. Nianbing looked at Fengnu and Lanchen. He was now a little afraid. What if they woke up and weren't his beloved wives? Nianbing. A gentle voice startled Nianbing. He subconsciously jumped a step to the side and looked around for the source of the voice. Who is it? Come out. Idiot, I'm in your heart. Don't tell me you can't recognize my voice? The gentle voice was as beautiful as the cry of a skylark. It calmed Nianbing's mind a little. Ah. Xianxia, is that you? What did you say? You're in my heart? What does that mean? Xianxia's voice was still so gentle. Idiot, I'm in your heart. What does it mean? Are you filled with doubts right now? Nianbing nodded and said, yes. What exactly happened yesterday? Did you and Cao succeed in nurturing them or not? Didn't you say I would die? But I'm fine now, even though I've lost all my abilities. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but throw caution to the wind. After all, those abilities were obtained through more than 10 years of hard work and several opportunities that he had risked his life several times. It was impossible to say that he wasn't sad at all when he suddenly lost them. Now that he had woken up, his thoughts were gradually becoming realistic. Idiot, you're still pretending to be innocent after gaining benefits? You little fool. Xianxia's voice sounded as if she was trying to comfort him. However, her voice was filled with love. Nianbing was stunned. He had always been uncertain about Xianxia's feelings when she picked him up, but he could clearly sense that his heart had become warm and indescribably comfortable after hearing Xianxia's voice. Xianjing, what's going on with this Xianjing? He asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. We can say that we've succeeded, but we can also say that we've failed. Cao's voice sounded after Xianxia's. Her voice was still so calm, but it seemed to be comforting Nianbing's heart. That formless love, Nianbing could clearly feel it. What's going on? Has the world changed? Last night, she had to use her life to complete the fusion of the two women, but now she's as gentle as my wife. Nianbing felt that it was a little funny, and his curiosity grew. Xianxia said, let me explain it to you. Yesterday's fusion process was very smooth at the beginning. You were very cooperative with our fusion, and before our half-emotional domain could take effect, you were already in the zone. You used your love to nourish Fengnu and Lanchen's souls, and our life energy and death energy were also strengthened by your love, progressing towards the fusion process. Today, we were surprised that we actually felt the same love from Fengnu and Lanchen's souls. Although because their souls were sealed, their love wasn't as real as yours, but it was still very obvious. Furthermore, under the influence of your love, their love became stronger and stronger. Wait a minute, Nianbing frowned and said, after hearing what you said, why does it seem like love is like energy? Could it be that love is really a form of energy? Cao sighed and said, originally, we also had some doubts, but the truth shows that love is indeed a special form of energy, and it seems to be a very powerful energy. The failure I was talking about was due to the fact that this energy surpassed mine and Xianxia's. The love you emitted didn't just nourish your wives, because we took over their bodies, it also had a great impact. At the beginning, we deliberately resisted the invasion of your love, but after all, we also had love for you in our hearts. When your love continued to rise, we couldn't resist it anymore. It wasn't a physical attack, nor was it a spiritual attack, and we really couldn't resist it. Just when we thought we were being harmed by you, we were surprised to find that your love didn't have any intention of harming us. Instead, it became very gentle, and gave us a lot of wonderful feelings of power. But later, we understood that your love wasn't directed at us, and the seeds of failure sprouted at that time. In our hearts, two emotions appeared at the same time. One was love for you, and the other was sorrow because we were about to hurt you. We found that if we continued, when the fusion was completed, we would also die in endless sorrow, and die together with you. So mysterious? sorrow can also kill people? But aren't we talking well now? Nianbing said with her eyes wide open. Yes, we are all alive and well. That's because we finally understood the true meaning of love at the final juncture. We also understood why our fusion with the god of emotions failed. Xianxia's tone was somewhat helpless. However, there was no trace of dissatisfaction in her voice. Nianbing asked curiously, why? Xianxiang sighed, because we shouldn't have used you. That was the biggest mistake. Only at the peak of love, the god of emotions will be perfectly fused, and the peak of love is dedication. This is the true meaning of love. But all we wanted to do was to take, so we were doomed to fail. But the love between you, Feng Nu, and Lan Shen was really sublimated to the realm of dedication. To be honest, although Cao and I were very surprised, we also felt a little lucky in our hearts. After we understood, we made up our minds at the same time. If we continued, we would all be destroyed, but if we changed the method, only the two of us would be destroyed. Do you know? When you climbed to the peak of love, Cao and I also finally reached the highest realm of love. What we offered was not only our own love, but also all our energy. At that time, we felt that even if we offered our people's lives, it would be worth it. Therefore, the real god of emotions was born. Nianbing was stunned. You can't tell me that I have become. Tianxiang giggled and said, your expression right now is very interesting. Ah. Yes, I can tell you clearly that Cao and I have made a wedding dress for you. Now you have absorbed all our abilities, and completely fused in the sublimation of love. You have become the absolutely perfect god of emotions. Nianbing's mouth was wide open to the point that he couldn't close it. He didn't expect it to turn out like this. He had become the god of emotions? Was this possible? However, listening to Tianxiang's words, it didn't seem like he was joking. Cao said, what Tianxiang said is correct. When we understand that the peak of love is dedication, we finally understand what the father of human evolution was wrong about. His mistake was to create us as women. If we were a man and a woman, tens of thousands of years ago, we would have never been able to do that. Perhaps we would have understood the true meaning of the god of emotions. As for us women, no matter what methods we use, it is impossible for us to successfully cultivate to the highest level. You, on the other hand, have become our mutual lover. With our complete dedication and our deep love, you have absorbed all of our energy. You became a real god. Nianbing murmured, then, what about your situation now? You have dedicated all your abilities to me, won't you all? Cao smiled and said, don't worry, we won't die. True love is dedication to each other. Although we have lost our energy, we have created a god like you. With your ability, we can be reborn at any time. Although we have lost our abilities, at least we can still be ordinary women. It can be said that we are now a part of your body. Your spiritual imprint has the existence of the two of us. Although we have lost our powerful abilities, we have received the reward of staying by your side forever. You can't abandon us in the future even if you want to. Even if you are the god of emotions. Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, does this count as forcing yourself on me? Will Qianchen and Feng Nu be okay? Tianxiang said, we don't care whether we are forcing ourselves on you or not. Anyway, when you accepted our abilities, you also accepted our love at the same time. This will never change. Don't worry, the two of you are fine. It's just that they are too weak after a night of punitive expedition. They just need a steady rest. It won't affect their bodies in any way. It's already dawn. I think it's time for you to face those gods. Nianbing said anxiously, but I seem to have lost all my abilities now. Without acupuncture points and magic power, how can I fight? Also, where is Oscar? Cao said, the energy form of the dragon in your body is really strange. At the moment when you absorbed our energy, he obviously felt a huge energy fluctuation and immediately absorbed some of it and fell into a deep sleep. I think when he wakes up, he will be able to regain his physical body and become the most powerful dragon. He has indeed gained a lot of benefits by following you. As for the magic power you have lost, it's not important now. You are already a god in the true sense. What magic do you need? What acupuncture points do you need? Remember, the ability of the god of emotions is emotions. You can control all emotions, including the emotions of all living creatures. You can control the emotions of humans, animals, plants, and even the emotions of stones. At the same time, you can also control the emotions of every astronomical phenomenon in the world. As long as you want to do something, you can destroy anything in an instant. That's why we say that the God of emotions is perfect. Everything had emotions, even the tiniest of magical elements. Right now, you have already become the ultimate existence of all cultivators. You can do whatever you want. As for how to use your abilities, it depends on your own experience. Nianbing lowered his head and looked at his hands. After hearing Cao's words, he suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment, as if everything in the world was under his control. All kinds of subtle feelings flowed in his heart. Just like what Cao said, everything in the world has emotions, even the air. Under the control of my emotions, I can enter different states of mind. The so-called emotionless is only relative. Xianxia encouraged. Go, our great God of emotions. Shine your brilliance in this world. Nianbing nodded lightly, thank you for your dedication. I never thought that one day I would actually become an existence that I didn't believe in the most. The dedication of love, the power is really great. How strong is the power of the 18th rank? Perhaps, I can really destroy those gods now. Cao said, what you will face is not as simple as gods. The tens of thousands of years of grudges between us and those 3 guys of order will also be settled by you. There is no suspense anymore. I can already feel their aura, they have already discovered our confused puppets. They are heading towards the lost continent, looking for our existence. However, because of our disappearance, they will still need some time to find us. Nianbing carefully covered Feng Nu and Lan Shen with a blanket. He felt that his 2 wives only had one emotion in their hearts. That was sweetness, gently caressing their delicate faces. Sleep, have a good sleep. When you wake up, everything will be over. Kissing their foreheads, Nianbing finally walked out of the tent. One night. It had only been a short night, but he had changed so much. He wore an ordinary white robe, and Nianbing once again appeared naked in front of him. The air cheerfully greeted him. Looking around, everything was so lively. All kinds of different emotions made Nianbing see another wonderful world. It was a wonderful world that only he could see, a world composed of emotions. Different emotions had different faint lights, and each emotion was constantly changing. The mood of the soldiers seemed a little dignified and worried. They were all constantly busy. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Nianbing subconsciously said a sentence. Suddenly, he saw a faint purple light spread out from his body. The light instantly covered the entire camp of the Rangoon continent. Everyone's eyes looked in the direction of Nianbing, and their emotions immediately fluctuated slightly. The worry gradually disappeared and was replaced by a cheerful feeling. That feeling was extremely wonderful. Looking at the faint smile on everyone's face, Nianbing was also shocked by himself. He didn't feel any energy fluctuations from his body, but the fact was in front of him. Through the changes in these people's emotions, he suddenly felt in his mind that everyone could actually hear his own voice, which was not loud. Do you see? Just your subconscious can change the emotions of others. This is the power of God. Every emotion is the best weapon of destruction. When the emotion reaches the extreme, it will produce a mutation. Light flashed through Nianbing's mind. In front of reality, he finally understood the true mystery of the God of emotions. Familiar figures gradually appeared in front of Nianbing. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement and surprise. They all heard Nianbing's voice and felt the change in their emotions, but they didn't understand where the voice that suddenly appeared in the depths of their hearts came from. Looking at the familiar faces that kept appearing, Nianbing smiled. He suddenly realized that the feeling of having everything in his hands was so wonderful. The Ice Spirit and Rongtian were the first to arrive in front of Nianbing. They were surprised to find that the powerful aura that was originally emitted by their son had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a peaceful feeling. His smile was as warm as the spring breeze. Nianbing, are you okay? The Ice Spirit asked with concern. Not being able to take care of her son since he was young had always been the biggest pain in her heart. Now that her son's strength had caused her to have to shoulder a huge responsibility, she could be shrouded in danger at any time. Nianbing smiled and shook his head. Mom, don't worry. I'm fine. The Dark Dragon King, Botiosis, also walked over and stood beside Nian Bing. He whispered, Nian Bing, since you have a way to deal with the god's curse, then there's no need to fight with the She World again. If we attack with all our forces, we still have a chance of winning. It's time to use the arm that Evil Moon left for us. Although it's an extremely evil thing, it's still good to use it properly. Since the beginning of the war, I was still hesitating whether to use it or not. Now, it seems like it's time to use it. Nian Bing sighed softly and said, Brother Cathias, give me Evil Moon's arm. Cathias didn't hesitate. In the hands of a powerhouse, evil things could be used to their fullest potential. With a flash of light in his hand, Evil Moon's arm, which had been sealed by his dark magic, was handed to Nian Bing. Suddenly, Cagisosis was shocked to see Evil Moon's arm float up from his grasp as if it was weightless. It floated in the air, and the grayish-black arm looked even more sinister. Nian Bing said, such an evil thing shouldn't exist in the first place. It represents endless death. Go, return to your original appearance. A faint purple current floated and enveloped the grayish-black arm. The arm began to change. Under the attack of the purple light, the grayish-black arm trembled violently. The originally sinister color of the skin gradually turned white. In just a few blinks of an eye, the arm that Evil Moon had prepared to use to deal with the powerhouse was no different from a normal person's arm. It was only because there was no blood left that it appeared slightly pale. The purple light disappeared. Under a gentle breeze, the arm turned into fine powder and disappeared. The evil attack power that it originally possessed was instantly gone. No one understood what kind of ability Nian Bing had because they didn't feel any energy fluctuations. However, Nian Bing had perfectly destroyed the evil existence. Everyone's gaze became even more puzzled. With a slight smile, Nian Bing said, I know that all of you are very puzzled as to how I came to possess such an ability. However, I don't have time to explain it to all of you now. The She World should be waiting for me. After I've dealt with the god, I'll explain it to all of you in detail. At that time, all of you will naturally understand everything. Organize the army. Your mission today is only to observe the battle. Nian Bing's words were calm, but they inadvertently revealed a strong sense of confidence. All of the powerhouses in the Rangoon continent realized one thing, Nian Bing had made a new advancement in his cultivation. The joy spread. Nian Bing's body floated up into the air without any signs. There were no elemental fluctuations. He was like a light feather as he slowly flew in the direction of the battlefield. After mastering the mood of the air, flying was a simple matter for him. When Nian Bing flew to the battlefield, Xianxia, whose body was shining with golden light, was already waiting for him. Xianxia seemed to be in good spirits. On the surface, he didn't look like he had just experienced a great battle yesterday. When he saw Nian Bing slowly flying over, his eyes revealed a strong sense of dominance and confidence in winning. I'm really sorry for being late. Nian Bing smiled at Xianxia. Xianxia said indifferently, no, it should be that I'm early. Isn't it better for our battle to end as soon as possible? Without food and water for 2 days, the battle strength of the army of gods had been affected. Although they had strength that far surpassed that of ordinary people, they were still made of flesh and blood. Of course, the sooner this battle ended, the better it would be for the gods. Nian Bing nodded and said, yes. The sooner it ends, the better. Xianxia, I have good news for you. Should I tell you? Xianxia was stunned and said, good news for me? Don't tell me that you're unable to recover your strength to fight with me? If you admit defeat, you might be able to save your own life. Of course, I don't mind having another master god among the gods. You already have the qualifications. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Originally, I didn't believe in the existence of gods. However, it seems that I have no choice but to believe it now. Your calculations are correct. Because of the 7 luminaries awakening yesterday, the magical elements in the air became abnormally thin. Therefore, my magical power hasn't recovered. Xianxia smiled indifferently and said, so what? You still have a choice now. Powerhouses should always stand on the winning side. As long as you're willing to join the gods, I can promise you that you'll be the highest ruler under me. Nianbing shook her head and said, once the desire for power that has been suppressed for 10,000 years is released, it's truly terrifying. Sure enough, it's terrifying. You've walked into a vicious circle in the Shi world. Although your calculations are correct, man's calculations are not as good as God's. God shouldn't exist in this world. You'll all perish eventually. And today is that day. Xianxia sneered and said, so you're saying that you're still going to fight with me under the condition that your magical power hasn't recovered? You're just digging your own grave. Nianbing smiled. Is that really the case? Magic is no longer important to me. Don't ever underestimate your opponent. Master God Xianxia. Take a good look at the sun in the sky because this will be the last time you see its light. Xianxia shouted angrily. He knew that he would never be able to recruit Nianbing no matter what. Since that was the case, what was the point of saying anything more? The powerful energy from the 3 acupuncture points exploded instantly. A dazzling golden light was released instantly. The golden light dispersed and surrounded Nianbing from all directions. He did not want to let Nianbing escape to the side with that strange method again. He did not want to lose his sense of Nianbing's position and end up in a bitter battle. Although he had schemed against his opponent, Xianxia did not underestimate him at all. Nianbing didn't move as he floated in the air. A faint smile appeared on his face as he watched the golden light surround him. It was as though she was not in the middle of a battle but was facing her own friend. Xianxia's heart tightened slightly. He suddenly realized that every part of Nianbing's body was full of flaws. These flaws that were everywhere made him feel uneasy. It was as though he had returned to the time when he first met the 3 true gods. Time did not stop for long. The golden light successfully restrained Nianbing's body amidst the cries of the Rangoon continent's allied forces below. The enormous golden light was filled with valiant attack power. Even the hardest metal in the world would be crushed into fine powder. However, Nianbing was not made of metal. She had previously told Xianxia that she believed in the existence of gods in this world. Although she had no choice, it was still the truth. There was no light or magical fluctuation. When the golden light arrived in front of Nianbing, it suddenly stopped. No matter how hard Xianxia tried, the powerful combat energy that he released could not advance any further. Just as he was slightly stunned, the golden light disappeared without any warning. Nianbing was still floating there. From the moment she faced Xianxia, she had not moved. However, Xianxia's heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. He did not know why this had happened, but he truly felt that Nianbing was no longer the opponent who used powerful magic to fight against him yesterday. Nianbing sighed softly and said, indeed, we can't waste any more time. Xianxia, I have good news for you. The 3 true gods that you rely on will be here soon. Unfortunately, you'll never be able to see them for the last time. Go, take your extravagant dreams, and leave this world with all your gods. Perhaps, if you still have a chance at life, you should choose another way to live. A purple stream of air permeated the air. It was the first time Xianxia had seen Nianbing emit such a light. The energy in his Huangji acupoint was instantly raised to the maximum. However, when the purple light approached him, he fearfully realized that neither his Huangji acupoint nor the defense of his Fangjia acupoint had any effect on the purple light. It was not a mental attack, but a peculiar energy. It was this energy that made him clearly feel fear. When the purple light arrived, it did not cause any harm to his body as Xianxia had imagined. However, in that short moment, the fear in his heart was raised to the maximum. What was the limit of fear? It was destruction. Among all emotions, other than love, the limit of all emotions was destruction. Nianbing had already understood this point. Therefore, he only used the most primitive ability of his newly acquired god of emotions to ignite the fear in Xianxia's heart. Ah! Xianxia screamed and his face instantly turned pale. He looked at Nianbing in disbelief. The fear in his heart had already destroyed his will and body. No matter how strong the energy in his body was, it would not be affected by the fluctuations of his emotions. It would not have any effect on him. Nianbing had controlled the energy of the Huangji acupoint's attack to dissolve Xianxia's attack. Now, he could easily control Xianxia's emotions. He looked at Xianxia, whose heart was torn apart. Nianbing sighed and said, go forever. Your hands are stained with too much blood. The same goes for the gods under you. Although I have the ability to change your personalities, your evil souls should be punished. If you want to know how I deal with you, the answer is emotions. I am the god of emotions. A true god. Nian Bing's voice could only be heard by Xianxia. It was also the last voice he heard in this world. Xianxia's body did not shatter and was not blown into pieces by the energy. He had completely lost his vitality and fear. His body fell like a meteorite and landed in the middle of the battlefield. From the beginning to the end, Nian Bing did not even lift his hand. He had already dealt with the king of main gods who had recovered 70% of his strength. The god of emotions, the energy of a god. It was indeed so terrifying. The sky suddenly darkened. However, it was not because of the appearance of dark clouds that blocked the sun. It was also because of the clouds that blocked the sun. However, this time, it was a thick blood-red cloud. Nian Bing glanced at the blood-red light in the sky. He knew that the god's curse was about to descend. At least the gods would not be able to resist this curse. Silver God Xian and God of Exploration Lu Sua shouted at the same time. They did not advance but retreated. They quickly ran into the distance in an attempt to escape the range of the blood-red cloud. Their speed was raised to an unprecedented level in their lives. The blood-red cloud carried the curse and also the resentment of the blood sacrifice. The hegemon god Kuan Yin had died because of this curse. Now, it was time for him to take back everything. Crimson rays of light fell from the sky, and each ray of light easily took a life, the life of a god. Even the two main gods, Saiyan and Lu Sua, who were quickly escaping, were no exception. Their strength was not enough to resist such a powerful curse. Just as Xianxia had said, under the effect of the blood curse, there was no need for any promises. Xianxia was defeated and his gods had entered the process of destruction. The allied forces of the Rangoon mainland looked at everything in front of them in shock. The blood-red cloud had stopped in the middle of the battlefield. With that as the center, the Rangoon mainland and the gods had become two worlds of ice and fire. On one side, there was astonishment, while on the other side, there was endless death. Nian Bing looked at the decreasing number of gods and could not help but sigh. Perhaps only death can atone for your sins. Your sinful souls will be cleansed in the cycle of reincarnation. Goodbye, gods. Goodbye, mainland of gods. He didn't feel any excitement at all. Instead, a bitter expression appeared on Nian Bing's face as he sensed the fear that the gods felt before they died. In the air, a faint spiritual fluctuation was produced. Nian Bing's gaze suddenly became nervous. A clear and familiar voice sounded from all directions. Cao, Xianxia, if it was not for the guidance of the blood curse, perhaps we would not have been able to find you. A crack suddenly appeared in the sky and three figures appeared out of thin air. This strange scene immediately caused a commotion among the allied forces of the Rangoon mainland. Of the three people who appeared, the one in the lead was the handsome god of order who had a smile on his face. His skin seemed to be even more lustrous than before. On his left was another youth. If the god of order's appearance could be described as handsome, then his appearance could only be described as beautiful. There was no other man with a more perfect appearance than him. It was a pity that in his beautiful appearance, there was a hint of gentleness that should only belong to a woman. On the right side of the god of order was a muscular man who was about 3 meters tall. The muscles on his body were hard to describe with words. His body was so strong that it was completely beyond the reach of ordinary people. Just by looking at him, one would be able to clearly feel the powerful destructive power contained in his body. God of order, god of time, and god of destruction. Hello. Nian Bing looked at the three true gods in front of him in silence. They were by no means comparable to the Shi world. They possessed a terrifying aura that even Cao and Xianxia could feel. When the god of order saw Nian Bing floating in the air, he couldn't help but be stunned. It's you? Are you the one who triggered the blood curse? Nian Bing glanced at the last few gods below who were about to disappear in the bloody light and said, You can say that. The Shi world made a bet with me in front of the blood curse. Unfortunately, he lost. He lost all his gods. The god of order was obviously not enraged by the deaths of the Shi world and the gods. He still had a smile on his face as he looked at Nian Bing. I didn't expect that in such a short time, even the Shi world would be destroyed by your hands. However, I find it hard to believe that this is the strength that you possess. Call Cao and Xianxia out. Just now, I felt the aura of their combined strength when they used half of the God of Emotions energy. The matter between the humans of the Yangon continent and these gods has been settled. It's time for us to settle the matter between them and us. After tens of thousands of years, we're finally going to regain the freedom that we should have had long ago. Nianbing pointed at her chest and smiled. Cao and Tianxiang are in my heart. Do you want to go in and look for them? The god of order frowned slightly and said, Dongzi, don't think that you can speak to me in such a tone just because you've defeated the gods. Even if it's like the lost continent, I can easily destroy all of your human civilization, let alone you. Call Cao and Tianxiang out. You little ants can leave now. I have no interest in taking your lives. The god of time instantly moved forward and came to the side of the god of order. With his gentle voice, he said to Nianbing, Go, call them out. Our old friends are here. Do they still need to hide? Nianbing said indifferently, Destroying a civilization might be an easy task for you, but do you know? How long does it take to create a civilization? The god of order's gaze turned cold. The sun in the sky suddenly turned blood red. He said indifferently, Sunlight has its own order, but I can change this order to be controlled by me. Since you've insulted us, then go. Perhaps the Shi world will be able to fight with you again when we're underground. Order. The god of time placed his hand on the god of order's shoulder, and the faint yellow light in the god of order's eyes disappeared. Forget it, order. He's not wrong. You and destruction went overboard that time. Destruction is always easier to destroy than to build. After all, it's a civilization. Young man, you can go now. Although the civilization of the lost continent has been lost, with the efforts of your Yangon continent, you can bring a new civilization here. Life is the guarantee of your civilization's construction. To be able to achieve the power to destroy the Hope World, regardless of whether you have the help of Cao and Tianxiang, you are an outstanding human. I don't want to see you die like this. You have to understand that there's no point in fighting against us. Nianbing looked at the god of time in surprise. He could feel different emotions from the three true gods. The god of destruction's emotions were black, which symbolized violence and slaughter, as well as endless bloodshed. The god of order's emotions were gray and white. There were positive emotions, but more negative ones. Only the god of time's emotions were completely milky white, and there was even a hint of sadness. Thank you for your guidance, Lord God of Time. However, I'd like to know, who are you feeling sad for? The god of time was stunned. Young man, your observation is very sharp. You're right, I do feel sad. After all, we've been rivals for tens of thousands of years. Thinking that they're about to be destroyed, I can't help but feel sad. However, that's our mission, and it's something we must do. Go, call them out. No matter how hard they try to hide, we can still sense their auras on this piece of land. Nianbing nodded gently and said, What you're looking for isn't Call or Tianxiang. Instead, you're looking for the god of emotions. Or rather, you're looking for the half-perfect god of emotions in your hearts. If that's the case, you only need to look for me. In a sense, I'm now Cao and Tianxiang. As long as you can destroy me, then your tens of thousands of years of battle will be completely over. The god of destruction said in a loud and low voice, Did Cao and Tianxiang ask you to be their scapegoat? Nianbing didn't answer the god of destruction's question. Instead, she simply said, What's done is done. You still haven't figured out who I am. The outcome of this battle had already been decided. Just like what I said to the Shi world earlier, you have to atone for your wrongdoings and you have committed too many sins. Persuasion was no longer effective. Only death is the best choice for you. The three true gods finally felt that something was amiss. In front of the three of them, no one was pressured by their auras. How could he be an ordinary person if he answered so easily and even rejected humans? At the same time, they saw a faint purple light. The purple light floated out. Although there was no energy fluctuation, the expressions of the three real gods changed at the same time. The god of order's eyes turned yellow, the god of destruction's eyes turned red, and the god of time's eyes turned silver. In a flash, the three figures disappeared, leaving only an illusory energy body in front of the incoming purple light. I am the master of the order of this world. Proceed according to my order. I am the master of the time of this world. I command time to stop. In this world, only I have the ability to destroy everything. Destroy evil souls. The three voices sounded in the chaos. The three lights floated out without any elemental fluctuations and met the arc-shaped purple light. When the four colors of light overlapped in the air, everything seemed to be stagnant. The Rangoon Alliance army below maintained their previous posture. Time seemed to have stopped, and everything seemed to have changed. However, this situation only lasted for a moment. The four lights disappeared at the same time, and a layer of purple aura appeared on the three real gods. Why? This is impossible. The god of order, who had split into three bodies again, was flustered and exasperated. Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, you have the ability to control the order of everything. Unfortunately, emotions are ever-changing, and there is no order between emotions. Even if there is, it is not something you can control. The cessation of time wouldn't affect one's emotions. The cessation of time would always be relative, but emotions were a characteristic that would always exist between me and energy. That was why the cessation of time might be able to cause an ordinary person to instantly age and die, but it wouldn't have any effect on me. As for destruction, it is easy to destroy the physical body, and it is not difficult to destroy the spirit, but the emotions that exist in the smallest elements are impossible to destroy. Now, you should understand?" The god of time looked at Nianbing with a pale face. You have become a real god of emotions? No, how is this possible?" Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "In this world, there is nothing impossible. When I was very young, I understood this principle. Your existence should be impossible, but didn't you still appear? It was precisely because Call and Heavenly Fragrance understood the ultimate meaning of the highest emotions that I, the god of emotions, was created. The battle between the two of you has come to a perfect end today. Although you have enough power to destroy Cao and Xianxia, you will never be able to compete with the god of emotions. My ability to control emotions can reach level 18 in the first instant. Even if there are 30 more real gods, your ending will not change at all." The god of order and the god of destruction shouted angrily, but they were horrified to find that they had lost the ability to control their original existence. Everything became simple, and there was no beautiful scene. All they saw was the faint smile on Nianbing's face. Two figures, black and white, separated from Nianbing's body at the same time. They were not existences in the form of energy, but two real figures. They had the same appearance, and a gentle smile appeared on their perfect faces. Cao said, "Yes. Everything should be over. From the day we were born to today, 50,000 years later, we have never stopped fighting. Now, the real god of emotions will solve this." Tianxiang said, "Although 50,000 years have passed, the father of human evolution has defeated the father of science. You have to admit your defeat." Nianbing's eyes suddenly became serious. She said in a deep voice, "God of order, in the name of the god of emotions, I grant you resentment. God of destruction, in the name of the god of emotions, I grant you anger. Go. Disappear at the peak of your emotions." The purple light instantly turned the two true gods purple, followed by an incomparably angry roar and a sigh full of unwillingness and resentment. The two lights turned into the smallest elements in the world and disappeared. At the peak of their emotions, the god of order and the god of destruction did not even leave a spiritual imprint. They disappeared at the peak of their emotions. The god of time didn't look at his two companions who had disappeared for 50,000 years. His gaze was very calm, and he said indifferently, "Before I follow them, I want to know, under what circumstances did you guys comprehend the final profound of the god of emotions? And what is this ultimate meaning? If I remember correctly, 2 days ago, when we used our ability to sense your strength, you did not change much. I find it hard to believe that this was an instant enlightenment." Cao smiled and said, "Even if you don't want to believe it, this is the truth. Actually, it's not a big deal to tell you. Back then, the father of human evolution made a mistake in giving birth to us as the same sex. The two extreme energies of life and death can only be perfectly combined at the peak of love. Love is the most special of all emotions. It is also the only emotion that will not lead to destruction when emotions reach the peak. Xianxia and I are both women. No matter how much we train, it is impossible for us to reach the peak of love. We only comprehended all of this yesterday, and this comprehension only needs an instant. That's enough. At that moment, we finally understood that the peak of love is dedication. It was also at that moment that Nianbing became the true god of emotions. The god of time was stunned for a few seconds, then a bitter smile appeared on his face. Thank you for telling me this. I finally understand. Yes, you are right. The father of science and technology lost to the father of human evolution, and this world finally had a true god. To be able to comprehend the true meaning of love, a god like him will only be good for this world. At this point, his eyes fell on Nianbing. Please protect this beautiful continent. Now, what kind of emotions will you bring to me? I really want to know what kind of emotions I will die under. Nianbing smiled and looked at the god of time's face that was as perfect as a woman's. She said, if I wanted to give you an emotion, I wouldn't have kept you alive until now, and I wouldn't have let Cao and Tianxiang say so much to you. In fact, the god of emotions is not a specific existence. It doesn't even need the two energies of overlap and death as a foundation. Everyone can become the god of emotions. It's just that the strength of the energy is different. God of time, I can feel all the changes in your emotions. From your emotions, I can also understand what kind of person you are. You are different from the god of order and the god of destruction. The emotions you need can only be found by yourself. Now, you can go. The god of time was shocked. You're not going to kill me? Nianbing shrugged and said, do I have any reason to kill you? Don't worry, I won't let you live because you're as beautiful as a woman. Your life is reserved for your own emotions. The god of time said unhappily, you've stabbed my deepest wound. I hate it when people say that I'm as beautiful as a woman. Nianbing laughed and said, but that's the truth. To describe you, I can only use the word beautiful, but not handsome, right? The god of time also laughed. I don't know why, but when the god of order and the god of destruction died, I didn't feel sad. Instead, I felt very relaxed. Maybe it's because we've suddenly been relieved of the burden that we've been carrying. Nianbing nodded and said, this is the sublimation of your emotions. It's also because of this that you don't need to think too much now. I think that you're the same as Cao and Tianxiang. You've long wanted to live your own life, or rather, the life of an ordinary person. The god of time nodded and said, yes. We originally planned to leave this world immediately after defeating Cao and Tianxiang to find another world with life and live a new life. With our strength, this is completely possible. But now, it seems that I'm the only one who's going. I really didn't expect that the Trinity combat skill that we cultivated to perfection with great difficulty would be useless and even lose their lives. Maybe all of this is destined by the heavens. The facts are already in front of us, so it's useless for me to say anything more. Well, I should go. Maybe we won't have the chance to meet again in the future. Cao, Tianxiang, congratulations. You found your own happiness, but I still have to continue searching. Maybe I can also understand the feeling of the peak of love. After that, he smiled, turned slightly in the air, broke through the space, and floated away. Looking at the place where the god of time left, Nianbing felt relaxed. What he had to do was finally over. Everything could be said to be a dramatic change. He never thought that the final result would be like this. The god of time was gone, and the god of order and the god of destruction had disappeared under his new emotional ability. The gods, the biggest threat to the Yangon continent, had also bid farewell to the long river of history. Everything was so beautiful. Nianbing, what are you thinking about? Cao asked with a smile. Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, I'm thinking about how to explain your existence to my parents, friends, and wife. Didn't you notice that the Yangon continent's coalition army is looking at us? How can I explain it to them? Tianxiang laughed and said, isn't it simple? You can control anyone's emotions, so it's easy for them to accept us. Nianbing said seriously, the strength of a god is absolutely terrible. Although I'm the god of emotions, from now on, I won't use my ability easily. Otherwise, won't I be like the gods, bringing a lot of unnecessary trouble? Now, everything has been solved. I have the same idea as you. I want to be an ordinary person and live an ordinary life. In fact, maybe you don't believe it, but I have another pursuit. Now, it's time for me to work hard for that pursuit. Cao said, Nian Bing, you don't have to worry about anything. I think that if you have 2 more wives, with your current strength and contribution to the Yangon continent, no one will doubt you. As for your 3 wives, let us communicate with them. You have to believe us. Although we have lost our abilities, we didn't live in vain for 50,000 years. Looking at Cao and Tianxiang's confident eyes, Nian Bing smiled. That's right. He had obtained the abilities of Cao and Tianxiang, but Cao and Tianxiang had also obtained the most sincere love in their hearts during the process of fusion. In this world, whether it was the Yangon continent or the Lost Continent, today would be the end. At the same time, it would also be a new beginning. The sun was so warm. Although it wasn't the first light of dawn, Nian Bing felt particularly warm. He knew that he would no longer participate in any wars or other struggles on the continent. Instead, he wanted to fully enjoy life with his family and friends. Time passed quickly. 3 years had passed, and in the blink of an eye, only faint memories were left. The capital of the Ottoman Empire, Ulan City, had now become a scene of prosperity. Compared to a few years ago, not only this place, but even the entire Ottoman Empire had undergone tremendous changes. And all of this was because of the appearance of the Lost Continent. In the past few years, the Yangon continent had undergone tremendous changes. The 4 empires had signed a new peace treaty. The treaty was valid for 100 years, and the main content of the treaty was only 5 words. That was peace and development. With the newly appeared vast land of the Lost Continent, the 4 empires no longer needed to wage war in order to expand their territories. What they needed to do now was to continuously use the resources of the Yangon continent and the various natural reserves of the Lost Continent. He would rebuild the continent from scratch. And after the appearance of the Lost Continent, the ones who benefited the most were the Ice Moon Empire and the Ottoman Empire, which were originally relatively weak in the Yangon continent. Because they were the closest to the passage to the Lost Continent, they had a great advantage. The Ottoman Empire and the Ice Moon Empire cooperated fully. Using the first freshwater lake, the Ice Moon Lake, as a foundation, they gradually developed towards the interior of the Lost Continent. And the Huarong Empire developed in another direction by relying on their strong sea power. Because of the uncertainty of the sea and the distance of the journey, the Huarong Empire's development speed was limited. Thus, the balance of the 4 empires gradually formed a new scene in the Lost Continent. The Longmu Empire also had their own advantages. They relied on their abundant crops to trade with the Aesir Empire and Ulan Empire to obtain the right to pass through the borders of the 2 empires. They also developed outside the borders of the 2 empires. 3 years had passed. The originally dead and silent Lost Continent had completely changed. A brand new scene had emerged. There were vibrant crops everywhere, and in some places with excellent geographical locations, cities had begun the process of being built. And now, there were only 2 completed cities in the Lost Continent. One was the Ice Moon Empire built by the Ice Moon Lake, while the other was built by the Ottoman Empire on the other side, named Ice Memory City. The appearance of these 2 cities meant that the Ottoman Empire and the Ice Moon Empire's development in the Lost Continent had greatly increased. The 2 empires encouraged people to quickly reproduce and sent groups of civilians to live in the Lost Continent under the protection of the army. And to achieve this, the Longmu Empire and the Huarong Empire still had to work harder. Under the balance brought by the heavens, the strength of the 4 empires was steadily developing towards the same direction. In these 3 years, there were some changes in the upper echelons of the 4 empires. First was the Ice Moon Empire. The Ice Moon Empire's king, Yan Feng, had become a wise ruler. The whole country was united. The Ice God Tower also announced its loyalty to the Ice Moon Empire. It merged with the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild and was divided into 2 departments to manage. The Ice God Tower's Ice Goddess Priestess, Bei Bingling, and the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild's president, Long Ji, became the chief and second chief magician of the Ice Moon Empire respectively. The entire Ice Moon Empire, under continuous nurturing, greatly increased the strength of the magicians. This was also a clear sign of the strength of the Ice Moon Empire. Of the four empires, the one that changed the most was the Huarong Empire, which used to be the most powerful country in the Yangon continent. Emperor Hua Tian passed away at the age of 89. His son took over the throne, but the Rong family was still in an important position. However, the current head of the Rong family was no longer Prince Rong. After the battle with the gods 3 years ago, because the 2 cavalry regiments that he created were destroyed, Prince Rong gave up all of his glory and retired to the Rong family. The position of head of the Rong family was taken over by his eldest son, Rongyu. Although the Rong family was still in an important position, because they lost the Order of the Flaming Lion and the Order of the Fire Dragon, their prestige was not as great as before. However, this was the result that Prince Rong wanted to see. After all, the wind would destroy the tree that stood out from the rest. Keeping a low profile was the best choice for the Rong family. Prime Minister Su Yu also chose to retire in the second year of Prince Rong's retirement. Although the new king tried his best to persuade him to stay, Su Yu refused with the excuse of old age. Since then, the 3 great figures of the Huarong Empire left the political stage one after another, and a new situation was created. The king of the Longmu Empire died of a serious illness. With the support of Mu Jing, who had made great contributions to the Lost Continent and allowed the Longmu Empire to successfully expand its territory to the Lost Continent, Prince Mu Rong stepped onto the new throne. However, what made the higher-ups of the Longmu Empire feel strange was that 2 years later, after Mu Rong sat firmly on his throne, Mu Jing, who was the prime minister and the first princess of the empire, suddenly retired. She resigned from all her positions in the country and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, such a situation occurred in the Aland Empire as well. After 2 years of continuous recuperation and development with the Ice Moon Empire, everything was on the right track. At this moment, the youngest and wisest person in the history of the Aland Empire, the Prime Minister Noel, who had a good grasp of the big picture, resigned. Before she left, she appointed a new Prime Minister to inherit her position. Originally, this should have been decided by the king, but because Noel's achievements in the Ottoman Empire were recognized by everyone, she was the final decision. She got the king's approval. Although the political level of the 4 empires had changed, every monarch knew that now was the time to work hard to develop. Within 100 years of the contract, it would be difficult for war to appear again. At the same time, in the hearts of the higher-ups of the 4 empires, there was a name that left the deepest impression. Because of this name, they did not dare to easily start a war. 3 years ago, after Nian Bing led the Rangoon Continent Alliance to the final victory, before he left, he only said a simple sentence. He told the higher-ups of the 4 empires' armies. He told them to tell the emperors of the 4 empires that they did not want to see war within 100 years. It was also because of this sentence that the 4 empires completed the 100 years contract. It was not that Nian Bing did not want this period to be longer, but he understood that everything in the world had its own rules and restrictions of 100 years. It was already long enough. It was impossible for war to not happen forever, but as long as the human race continued to develop, this had nothing to do with him anymore. Today, Aland City was more lively than usual. At this moment, some strange people came to the East Gate. Under the efforts of the previous Prime Minister, Noel, the walls of Aland City had become tall and thick, and the soldiers were well equipped. It looked like a great country. The ones in charge of guarding the city were 40 valiant and high-spirited soldiers. The long spears in their hands shone with a dazzling cold light under the sunlight. The small captain of the guards was quickly attracted by these strangely dressed people who were about to enter the city. He waved his hand, and 10 soldiers immediately stopped these people. The reason why these people said they were strange was mainly because of their clothes. They were dressed very plainly, and all of them wore white robes. However, they all wore a large bamboo hat on their heads. A 3-feet-long veil hung down from the bamboo hat, covering their faces. From the wide and thick robes, it could be vaguely seen that most of these people were women. From the captain's point of view, there must be some unspeakable reason for them to cover their faces. When his soldiers stopped these people, he immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Take off your bamboo hats. Where did you come from?" The leader of the group, a man in white, stepped forward. He did not take off his bamboo hat. His tall and imposing figure naturally gave the small captain a sense of oppression. A calm voice came from behind the veil. We are here to participate in the God of Cookery tournament. We are from the Ice Moon Empire. Upon hearing that the other party was from the Ice Moon Empire, the small captain's expression immediately relaxed. He nodded and smiled. So you are guests from the Ice Moon Empire who are participating in the God of Cookery tournament. Since that is the case, you are naturally allowed to enter the city. However, before you enter, you must let me see your faces. This is the rule. I am sorry. The man in white laughed softly and said, Do you really want to see it? The small captain said firmly, Yes, this is our duty. Right at this moment, a petite but exquisite woman in white came behind the leader. She seemed to be about to say something, but was stopped by the leader. Forget it. Since this is the rule of the Ottoman Empire, we must abide by it. We are doing our duty, and it is not wrong. But the woman in white who came up later had an unusually pleasant voice. Her voice carried a hint of doubt. Just a glance, that's nothing. I think after he sees us, he will understand why we have to wear bamboo hats. The small captain was indeed looking forward to it. Although he was afraid that these people were lepers, for the sake of his duty, he had to adhere to his duty. After all, he was able to become a small captain after many years of hard work. The treatment in the Ottoman Empire's army was much better than before. Just the salary alone was enough to cover his family's living expenses. He could not let a moment of carelessness lead to negative consequences. The leading white-robed man slowly lifted his veil, and the white-robed men behind him also lifted their veils. At this moment, the white-robed men formed an arc, and only the 10 soldiers and the squad leader could see their faces. When the small captain saw the true faces of the people in front of him, his body trembled and he fell into a daze. The leader in white smiled and said, Now, you should understand, right? The small captain nodded silently and said, Please enter the city. The people in white put down their veils again. The small captain and his subordinates all heaved a sigh of relief and allowed these people to enter all in city. Captain, I didn't see wrongly, right? Could it be that those are goddesses who descended from the heavens? A soldier who had a good relationship with the small captain said softly. The small captain said in a bad mood, Hurry up and go on duty. Don't talk nonsense here. The soldier stuck out his tongue. He continued with his duty. At this moment, the small captain's heart was in turmoil. He was very clear that what he saw was not an illusion. The man and 7 women were as his subordinates said. They did not seem to be existences that should appear in this world. That man had a head of long golden hair. That handsome face, even the best sculptor would not be able to carve it. His tall body. His gentle smile made people feel close to him. His azure eyes were as deep as the sea. In his life, this was the first time the small captain had seen such an outstanding man. However, what made the small captain even more surprised were the women who came with the man. From the looks of it, they were all around 20 years old. The woman who spoke earlier had a head of long blue hair that was like a waterfall. Her appearance was somewhat familiar. She also had blue eyes, but what was different from the man in the lead was that her blue eyes were filled with wisdom. Her entire body was emitting an invisible majesty that made the small captain not dare to make the slightest decision to stop her. The few women behind her were each more outstanding than the previous. There was a red-haired beauty, a woman of ice who was emitting a cold aura but had a smile on her face. There was also a black-haired woman who had a seductive smile on her face but was emitting a terrifying aura. There was even a green-haired beauty who made people feel comfortable all over. These women were all beauties of the world. The appearance of any one of them would probably cause a commotion in a city. However, there were so many of them here. How many of them were there? The small captain calculated carefully. There seemed to be a total of 8 women, each representing 8 different types of beauty. However, they all had a common characteristic. That was, when their gazes landed on the golden-haired man in the lead, they would all reveal a faint gentleness. This kind of combination must have a great origin. No wonder they hid their appearances so well. That's right. If they didn't wear bamboo hats that could cover their faces, they would probably attract everyone's attention the moment they entered the city. What did that man say? They were here to participate in the God of Cookery tournament? How could that be? Looking at them, none of them looked like chefs, the God of Cookery tournament that was held once every 5 years. This time, the venue was the Ottoman Empire. Ever since the birth of the new God of Cookery, the various countries on the continent had entered a period of peace. A person might not have anything else in his life. His wife might die first because of old age, but food and water would accompany him forever until the end of his life. Perhaps it was because of this that the status of chefs in the continent became higher and higher. A top-notch chef could easily become the target of various parties to rope him in. Thus, this God of Cookery tournament attracted a lot of attention. The Ottoman Empire had also put in a lot of effort for this tournament. Not only were the rewards amazing, they had also specially rebuilt the square in front of the Ottoman Empire's palace for this God of Cookery tournament, creating a huge competition venue that could accommodate 100,000 people. At the same time, they had also deployed 30,000 soldiers to be in charge of maintaining order in Aulin City after the start of the God of Cookery tournament. From this, it could be seen how much importance the officials placed on this tournament. It was said that during the finals, the king of Aulin City would personally be present at the venue to present the God of Cookery with the highest honor in the world of cooking, the God of Cookery crown made of gold and gems. Ah! It feels good to be back in the city. Living a peaceful life every day, it feels really good to come to the city occasionally to take a look. A moving female voice rang out. The one who spoke was one of the people in white who had just entered the city. She walked in the middle of the 9 people in white, her voice carrying a tinge of tenderness. "Kitty, I've wronged you to suffer with us. Why don't you stay in Aulin City for a period of time after this God of Cookery tournament ends? With your big sister Luo Ro making arrangements for you, you'll definitely have a good time." This group of people was none other than Yan Bing and the others who had disappeared from the continent for 3 years. The captain of the guards only understood part of the reason why Yan Bing and the others hid their appearances. Other than their appearances, each of their identities were enough to cause an earthquake of magnitude 7 or above on the Yangon continent. Behind Yan Bing was the former prime minister of the Ottoman Empire, Yan Bing. Behind her were Feng Nu, Lan Chen, Long Ling, God of Life Cao, God of Death Xianxia, as well as Kitty and Mu Jing. The 8 women had only gathered together a year ago, which made things difficult for Yan Bing. He originally only had 3 wives, but with the arrival of Cao and Tianxiang, this number had no choice but to change from 3 to 5. Even Yan Bing didn't know what Cao and Tianxiang said to his 3 wives. Not only did Feng Nu, Lan Chen, and Long Ling agree to let them join, but now Cao and Tianxiang had become the leader of all the women. And our god of emotions, Yan Bing, was now the most pitiful chef in the entire family. Every day, his most important job was to prepare 3 meals for his wives to taste. Kitty had always been with Yan Bing. The white race had been destroyed, and she had no other place to go. Yan Bing also couldn't bear to let her wander alone. Even if her current strength had reached a shocking level, in Yan Bing's heart, she would always be that little sister. As for Luo Ro and Mu Jing, the 2 of them seemed to have made an agreement. A year ago, they directly found the place where Yan Bing and the others were living in seclusion. The place that Yan Bing chose to live in seclusion was in the peach blossom forest of the Ice Moon Empire. Cha Ji had given him a new lease on life, and he would never forget everything that his ghost chef master had given him. Therefore, he brought his wives and became neighbors with Cha Ji and Bing Jia. The arrival of Luo Ro and Mu Jing caused some dissatisfaction among Yan Bing's wives, but Luo Ro and Mu Jing were extremely obedient. Not only did they deliberately keep a distance from Yan Bing, but they also took the initiative to take on some of the household chores. A year had passed. They used their own performance to win the praise of Feng Nu and the others. Now, they had basically integrated into this big family. As the only man in the fragrance kingdom, Yan Bing didn't live like an emperor. In his own words, he was like a pitiful little slave, busy cooking for his mistresses every day. Originally, he didn't need this kind of treatment, but Tianxiang said. If he wasn't harsh on Yan Bing, with his god's strength, would definitely bully these pitiful girls. Therefore, Yan became the only chef in the family. Until Luo Ro and Mu Jing arrived, he didn't need to wash the dishes, and finally relaxed. He didn't need to wash the dishes. Every night, Nian Bing immediately turned from a slave to a master. Kitty once curiously asked why the 5 sisters had to draw lots every night. A long time later, on a day that Cao and Xianxia called Christmas, Kitty finally understood. With Nian Bing's health as an excuse, Cao could only have one wife accompany him every night. Only when Nian Bing made some exceptional dishes would he be rewarded by his 2 wives. This also became the greatest joy in Nian Bing's life. There was no struggle for power, no deep-seated hatred. Although life was simple and orderly, Nian Bing was unusually satisfied. His father, Rongtian, didn't really return to the Rong family. Instead, he chose to stay in the Ice God Tower to accompany his wife. The place where Nian Bing lived in seclusion was very close to the Ice God Tower. With a simple teleportation magic, he could visit his parents at any time. Now, under the reform of the Ice God Tower by the Ice Spirit, there was no longer a rule that prohibited marriage. The first to benefit was the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians' Union. One had to know that in the Ice God Tower, regardless of whether it was the male or female ice priests, they all had outstanding appearances. 3 years had passed. Nian Bing felt that these 3 years seemed to have passed very quickly, as if the battle with the god was still in front of him. However, these 3 years of life made him almost forget his identity as the god of emotions. It was as if he was just an ordinary chef. This year, he had something new to be excited about. Along the way, his gaze fell on Long Ling's lower abdomen the most. Although Nian Bing had 5 wives, Cao and Xianxia were physical entities formed by the elements. Although they looked no different from ordinary people on the surface, they didn't have the ability to give birth. As the Ice Phoenix and the Fire Phoenix, although Lan Chen and Feng Nu could give birth, the chances of them getting pregnant were pitifully small. Although Nian Bing had been working hard, there still hadn't been any movement in their bellies. Just a few months ago, 2 pieces of good news came from the Peach Blossom Forest. The first was that Long Ling was pregnant with Nian Bing's child. A new life was about to be born. The second piece of good news came from the couple, Zha Ji and Bing Jia. Nian Bing's words of spring had become a reality. Old Zha Ji didn't disappoint. He finally made this wife, who was once an ice goddess priest, pregnant with his own flesh and blood. This pair of master and disciple were overjoyed at the same time. The 2 delinquent people secretly set up and arranged marriage behind their wives' backs. Moreover, it was Zha Ji who took the initiative to propose. Originally, Nian Bing was still a little hesitant. After all, Zha Ji was his master. In terms of seniority, it would be a mess. However, Zha Ji said that they were neighbors. They could be considered as neighbors according to their seniority. On one hand, Nian Bing couldn't bear to go against his master's good intentions. On the other hand, Zha Ji, who had recovered his youth, was handsome enough. Moreover, his wife, the former ice goddess priest, Bing Jia, was also a peerless beauty. No matter if it was a boy or a girl, it should be very good. Therefore, he agreed. Zha Ji's thoughts were more direct. In his opinion, Nian Bing's genes could be said to be the best genes a human could have in this world. No one could compare with him. And Long Ling was such a gentle and beautiful girl. The child they gave birth to would definitely be the best in the world. Although the seniority was a bit messy, if they were successfully matched, it would naturally be the best choice. Therefore, when Zha Ji knew that Long Ling was also pregnant, he immediately confirmed this marriage with Nian Bing. Nian Bing was grateful for her master's kindness and naturally wouldn't reject. Right now, Long Ling had also become the most important person to protect among the girls. Along the way, no matter if they were flying or walking, Feng Nu, Lan Chen, Cao, and Xianxia would specially protect her in the center. Even if Nian Bing wanted to touch Long Ling, she would have to get the permission of the 4 girls. In this big family, the birth of a new life would bring about a brand new vitality. After living in seclusion for 3 years, Nian Bing's only unfulfilled wish was to have a cooking duel with little Tian. Originally, he wanted to come with his master, Zha Ji, but Zha Ji insisted on bringing Bing Jia out a few days earlier. He said that he wanted to meet a few old friends first. Nian Bing knew that. His master should also be in Aolan City right now. The God of Cookery tournament that was held once every 5 years was about to begin. Nian Bing recalled the unfinished duel with Little Tian during the Hualong Culinary Challenge and couldn't help but feel excited. Little Tian, are you also waiting for me to appear? This time, I definitely won't let you down. Let's have a duel between the two of us to determine the winner of this God of Cookery tournament. Together, we will climb to the peak of the culinary arts. In an ordinary hotel in Aolan City, a young man in a black robe was sitting in his room with his eyes closed. He had a pair of unique hands. They looked extremely delicate. Even a woman wouldn't be able to have such fair hands. His fingers were very slender. Although his palms weren't very wide, they were just right. There seemed to be a layer of milk-like brilliance flowing on his palms. The door opened and a woman walked in silently. Her footsteps were very light as she quietly walked behind the man who was resting with his eyes closed. She pressed her hands on his shoulders and gently massaged them. A faint smile appeared on the man's face. He slowly opened his eyes and pressed his hands on the soft, jade-like hands on his shoulders. He said, "You're back. How's the registration going?" The woman sighed softly and said, "He's not here. It's been 5 years, and there hasn't been any news of him. Are you still so determined to wait for him to appear?" A dazzling brilliance flashed across the man's eyes. He looked at his hands and said, "I've finally practiced the yin-yang harmony Tai Chi hand to the limit. Compared to 5 years ago, my culinary arts can be considered to have reached perfection. However, if I can't defeat him, then I'll never be the true God of cookery. There are many experts in the culinary arts world, but he's the only one who can truly be my opponent. When Master taught me culinary arts back then, he once said that if I can't defeat Ghost Chef Xiaoji or his disciple, then I can't call myself the fierce God of cookery's disciple. Momo, you should understand my expectations." Momo bent down and pressed her face against Little Tian's. She said, "What if he never appears? Are you going to continue waiting like this?" "Little Tian, I don't want to see you disappointed because he doesn't appear." Little Tian smiled faintly, but his gaze was abnormally resolute. "Yes, I'll continue waiting. Even if I'm disappointed every time, I won't change my mind. This is my life's greatest wish. It's an opportunity that only comes once every 5 years. I have a feeling that this time, he'll definitely appear. I believe that he has the same thoughts as me. Although we haven't discussed anything in detail, we're the same kind of people. As outstanding chefs, we both desire to battle with each other. I've been waiting for this day to come. Isn't Nian Bing the same? I used martial arts to cook, and I've already cultivated my culinary arts to the limit. As for him, he used magic to cook. I don't know what level he's at now. It's been 5 years, Nian Bing. Don't let your reputation as the ice and fire chef continue to fall." In front of the Ottoman Empire's imperial palace, a huge square extended outwards in the shape of a fan. On the side of the square facing the imperial palace, there were already 100 cooking stoves. This was where the God of Cookery tournament would be held. In the center of all the cooking stoves, there was a huge green platform that was about 3 zhang tall and 5 zhang wide. On the platform, there were 2 cooking stoves and all sorts of tools that chefs needed. The 2 cooking stoves and the tools were actually completely golden. Any chef with a little bit of culinary knowledge would know that although they weren't made of gold, they were the God of Cookery tournament's finalists. They were made of a special alloy and could display all the subtleties of the food to the greatest extent while retaining the most basic nutrients. Every chef on the Yangon continent would be able to use this set of God of Cookery equipment as their greatest glory. In the culinary world, this was a true divine tool. Every God of Cookery tournament was organized by the God of Cookery Association formed by the elders of the culinary world. These 2 sets of God of Cookery equipment had always been kept by the God of Cookery Association. They would only be taken out in the God of Cookery tournament that was held once every 5 years for the final 2 chefs to use. It was precisely because of the rarity of God of Cookery equipment that it represented the highest sense of glory. Under the illumination of the sun, the entire set of God of Cookery equipment shone with a dazzling brilliance. Even the commoners standing at the outermost part of the Island Royal Square could clearly see their existence. The God of Cookery tournament that was held once every 5 years was about to begin. The commoners were only here to watch the spectacle, But the elders of the culinary world were here to see if there would be a new talent in the culinary world after Little Tian. The prosperity of the continent caused the development of the culinary world to be extremely rapid. Basically, every 5 years, the culinary world would rise to a new level. All kinds of new and novel culinary skills would emerge one after another. Although not all of them were top-notch culinary skills, they still had a significant effect on the culinary world. It was also because of this that the God of Cookery tournament became more and more important to the 4 great empires. Under the supervision of at least 10,000 soldiers, the commoners of Alland City had already started to line up in an orderly manner around the Alland Royal Square. It was rare for Alland City to have such a grand occasion. As far as the eye could see, the crowd was densely packed. Even the largest square in the Ottoman Empire found it hard to withstand the crowd of so many people. Under the orderly command, the commoners who came late could only watch from afar. Although they could only see some blurry scenes, none of them were willing to leave. The morning sun was still very gentle. The warmth brought by the sunlight made the atmosphere of the commoners who were watching the tournament more and more lively. Some of the people who were familiar with the God of Cookery tournament had already started to discuss who would be the final champion of this tournament. The topic of their discussion mostly revolved around the God of Cookery, Little Tian. In the God of Cookery tournament 5 years ago, Little Tian brought a huge shock to the culinary world with his miraculous yin-yang harmony and tai chi hands. This was known as the #1 technique in the culinary world, causing the elders of the culinary world to exclaim in admiration. The new generation had surpassed the old generation. Many of the elders of the culinary world believed that Little Tian's skills had already surpassed the ghost chef Cha Ji of the culinary world. Everyone, please be quiet. The tournament is about to begin. I hope that everyone can show the civilization of our Ottoman Empire and leave the best environment for the participants. A young and handsome host stepped onto the stage of the final round of the God of Cookery tournament. He used a magic loudspeaker to broadcast his voice to every corner of the square. The voices of the commoners gradually quieted down. Close to 200,000 people's gazes fell on the host. Nian Bing was leading the group. Behind her was the former Prime Minister of the Ottoman Empire, the Lady of Wisdom, Luo Ro, who was also known as Noel. Behind her were Feng Nu, Lan Chen, Long Ling, the God of Life, Cao, the God of Death, Tian Xiang, Kitty, and Mu Jing. The 8 women had all gathered together a year ago. This made things difficult for Nian Bing. He originally only had 3 wives. However, with the arrival of Cao and Tian Xiang, he had no choice but to change the number from 3 to 5. Even Nian Bing didn't know what Cao and Tian Xiang said to his 3 wives. Not only did Feng Nu, Lan Chen, and Long Ling agree to let them join, but now, Cao and Tian Xiang had secretly become the leader of all the women. And our god of emotions, Nian Bing, was now the most pitiful chef in the entire family. Every day, his most important task was to complete 3 meals for his wives to taste. Kitty had always been with Nian Bing. The white race had been destroyed. She had no other place to go. Nian Bing couldn't bear to let her wander alone. Even if her strength had reached a shocking level, in Nian Bing's heart, she would always be that little sister. As for Luo Ro and Mu Jing, the 2 of them seemed to have an agreement. A year ago, they directly found the place where Nian Bing and the others were living in seclusion. Nian Bing chose to live in seclusion in the peach blossom forest of the Ice Moon Empire. Cha Ji had given him a new lease on life. He would never forget everything that his ghost chef had given him. Therefore, he brought his wives and became neighbors with Cha Ji and Bing Jia. The arrival of Luo Ro and Mu Jing caused some dissatisfaction among Nian Bing's wives. However, Luo Ro and Mu Jing were extremely obedient. They didn't have the appearance of a high-ranking person in the past. Not only did they deliberately keep a distance from Nian Bing, but they also took the initiative to take on some of the household chores. A year had passed. They used their own performance to win the praise of Feng Nu and the others. Now, they had basically integrated into this big family. As the only man in the Fragrance Kingdom, Nian Bing didn't live like an emperor. In his own words, he was like a pitiful little slave, busily cooking for his mistresses every day. Originally, he didn't need this kind of treatment. However, Tian Xiang said, if he wasn't harsh on Nian Bing, with his godly strength, he would definitely bully these girls. he would definitely bully this group of pitiful girls. As a result, Nianbing became the only chef in the family. It was only when Luo Rose with crystals arrived that he no longer needed to wash the dishes and finally relaxed a little. Every night, Nianbing immediately turned from a slave to a master. Kitty once curiously asked why the 5 older sisters had to draw lots every night. A long time later, on a day that Cao and Xianxia called Christmas, Kitty finally understood. Cao used Nianbing's health as an excuse to only have one wife accompany him every night. Only when Nianbing made some exceptional dishes would he be rewarded by his 2 wives. This also became the greatest joy in Nianbing's life. There was no power struggle, no deep-rooted hatred. Although life was dull and orderly, Nianbing was exceptionally satisfied. His father, Rongtian, didn't really return to the Rong family. Instead, he chose to stay in the Ice God Tower to accompany his wife. Nianbing's seclusion place was very close to the Ice God Tower. With a simple teleportation magic, he could visit his parents at any time. Now, under the reform of the Ice Spirit, the Ice God Tower no longer prohibited marriage. The first to benefit was the Ice Moon Empire's magic union. One had to know that both male and female ice priests in the Ice God Tower had outstanding appearances. 3 years had passed. Nianbing felt that these 3 years seemed to have passed very quickly, as if the battle with the god was still in front of him. However, these 3 years of life made him almost forget his identity as the god of emotions. It was as if he was just an ordinary chef. This year, he had something new to be excited about. Along the way, his gaze fell on Long Ling's lower abdomen the most. Although Nianbing had 5 wives, Cao and Xianxia were physical entities formed by elements. Although they looked no different from ordinary people on the surface, they didn't have the ability to give birth. As the Ice Phoenix and the Fire Phoenix, although Lan Chen and Feng Nu could give birth, their chances of getting pregnant were pitifully small. Although Nianbing had been working hard, there still hadn't been any movement in their bellies. Just a few months ago, 2 pieces of good news came from the Peach Blossom Forest. The first was that Long Ling was pregnant with Nianbing's child. A new life was about to be born. The second piece of good news came from the couple, Zha Ji and Bing Jia. Nianbing's words of spring had become a reality. Old Zha Ji lived up to everyone's expectations and finally made his wife, who used to be a priest of the ice goddess, pregnant with his own child. This pair of master and disciple were overjoyed at the same time. The 2 of them secretly arranged a marriage behind their wives' backs. Moreover, it was Zha Ji who took the initiative to propose. Originally, Nianbing was still a little hesitant. After all, Zha Ji was his master, and in terms of seniority, it would be a mess. However, Zha Ji said that they were neighbors, and they could discuss it according to the seniority of the neighbors. Nianbing couldn't bear to go against his master's good intentions. Moreover, she saw that the young Zha Ji was handsome enough, and his wife, the former priest of the ice goddess, Bing Jia, was also a peerless beauty. No matter if it was a boy or a girl, it should be very good. Therefore, he agreed. Zha Ji's thoughts were more direct. In his opinion, Nianbing's genes could be said to be the best genes a human could have in this world. No one could compare with him. And Long Ling was such a gentle and beautiful girl. The child they gave birth to would definitely be the best in the world. Although the seniority was a bit messy, if it was a successful match, it would naturally be the best choice. Thus, when Zha Ji found out that Long Ling was pregnant, he immediately confirmed this marriage with Nianbing. Nianbing was grateful for her master's kindness, so she naturally wouldn't reject. Right now, Long Ling had also become the most important person to protect among the girls. Along the way, no matter if they were flying or walking, Feng Nu, Lan Chen, Cao, and Xianxia would specially protect her in the center. Even if Nianbing wanted to touch Long Ling, she had to get the permission of the 4 girls. In this big family, the birth of a new life would bring about a brand new vitality. After living in seclusion for 3 years, Nianbing's only wish that had not been fulfilled yet was to have a cooking battle with little Tian. Originally, he wanted to come with his master, Zha Ji, but Zha Ji insisted on bringing Bing Jia out a few days earlier. He said that he wanted to meet a few old friends first. Nianbing knew his master should also be in Aolan City right now. The God of Cookery tournament that was held once every 5 years was about to begin. Nian Bing recalled the unfinished battle with Little Tian during the Hualong Culinary Challenge and couldn't help but feel excited. Little Tian, are you also looking forward to my appearance? This time, I definitely won't let you down. Let's have a peak battle between us to determine the winner of this God of Cookery tournament. Together, we will climb to the peak of the culinary arts. In an ordinary hotel in Ao Lan City, a young man in a black robe was sitting in his room with his eyes closed. He had a pair of unique hands. They looked extremely delicate, and even a woman wouldn't be able to have such fair hands. His fingers were very slender, and although his palms couldn't be said to be broad, they were just right. There seemed to be a layer of milk-like brilliance circulating around his palms. The door opened and a woman walked in silently. Her footsteps were very light, and she quietly came behind the man who was resting with his eyes closed. She pressed her hands on his shoulders and gently massaged them. A faint smile appeared on the man's face. He slowly opened his eyes and pressed his hands on the soft, jade-like hands on his shoulders. He said, "You're back. How's the registration going?" The woman sighed softly and said, "He's not here. It's been 5 years, and there hasn't been any news of him. Are you still so determined to wait for him to appear?" A dazzling light flashed across the man's eyes. He looked at his hands and said, "I've finally practiced the yin-yang harmony Tai Chi hand to the limit. Compared to 5 years ago, my culinary skills could be considered to have reached the large success stage. However, if I can't defeat him, then I will never be the true god of cookery. There are many experts in the culinary world, but he's the only one who can truly make me see him as my opponent. When Master taught me culinary arts back then, he said that if I can't defeat Ghost Chef Cha Ji or his disciple, then I can't call myself the fierce god of cookery's disciple. Momo, you should understand my expectations." Momo bent down and pressed her face against Little Tian's cheek. She said, "What if he never appears? Are you going to continue waiting like this?" "Little Tian, I don't want to see you disappointed because he doesn't appear." Little Tian smiled, but his gaze was firm. "Yes, I'll continue waiting. Even if I'm disappointed every time, I won't change my mind. This is my life's greatest wish. It's an opportunity that only comes once every 5 years. I have a feeling that this time, he'll definitely appear. I believe that he has the same thoughts as me. Although we haven't talked about it in detail, we're the same type of people. As outstanding chefs, we both desire to battle each other. I've been waiting for this day to come. Isn't Nian Bing the same? I've practiced martial arts to the limit, but he's practiced magic. I don't know what level he's at now. It's been 5 years, Nian Bing. Don't let your reputation as the ice and fire chef continue to fall." In front of the Ottoman Empire's imperial palace, there was a huge square that extended outwards in the shape of a fan. On the side of the square facing the imperial palace, there were already 100 cooking stoves. This was where the God of Cookery tournament would be held. In the center of all the cooking stoves, there was a huge green platform that was about 3 zhang tall and 5 zhang wide. On the platform were 2 cooking stoves and all kinds of tools that chefs needed. The 2 cooking stoves and the tools were completely golden. Any chef with a little bit of culinary knowledge would know that although they weren't made of gold, they were the God of Cookery tournament's fine gold God of Cookery equipment. They were made of a special alloy and were able to display all the subtleties of the food to the greatest extent while retaining the most basic nutrients. Every chef in the Yangon continent considered it the greatest honor to be able to use this set of God of Cookery equipment. In the culinary world, this was a true divine tool. Every God of Cookery tournament was organized by the God of Cookery Association formed by the elders of the culinary world. These 2 sets of God of Cookery equipment had always been kept by the God of Cookery Association. They would only be taken out during the God of Cookery tournament that was held once every 5 years for the final 2 chefs to use. It was precisely because of the rarity of God of Cookery equipment that it represented the highest honor. Under the sunlight, the entire set of God of Cookery equipment shone with a dazzling brilliance. Even the commoners standing at the outermost part of the Island Royal Square could clearly see their existence. The God of Cookery tournament that was held once every 5 years was about to begin. The commoners were only here to watch the show, but the elders of the culinary world were here to see if there would be any new talents after Little Tian. The prosperity of the continent caused the development of the culinary world to be extremely fast. Basically, every 5 years, the culinary world would rise to a new level. All kinds of new and novel culinary skills would emerge one after another. Although not all of them were top-notch culinary skills, they still had a significant effect on the culinary world. It was also because of this that the God of Cookery tournament became more and more important to the four great empires. Under the supervision of at least 10,000 soldiers, the commoners of Åland City had already started to line up in an orderly manner around the Åland Royal Square. It was rare for Åland City to have such a grand occasion. As far as the eye could see, the crowd was densely packed. Even the largest square in the Ottoman Empire found it hard to withstand the crowd of so many people. Under the orderly command, the commoners who came late could only watch from afar. Although they could only see some blurry scenes, none of them were willing to leave. The morning sun was still very gentle. The warmth brought by the sunlight made the atmosphere of the commoners who were watching the competition more and more lively. Some of the people who were familiar with the God of Cookery tournament had already started to discuss who would be the final champion of this world. The topic of their discussion mostly revolved around the God of Cookery, Little Tian. In the God of Cookery tournament 5 years ago, Little Tian brought a huge shock to the culinary world with his miraculous yin-yang harmony and Tai Chi hands. This was known as the #1 technique in the culinary world, causing the elders of the culinary world to exclaim in admiration. The new generation had surpassed the old generation. Many of the elders of the culinary world believed that Little Tian's skills had already surpassed that of the ghost chef Cha Ji. Everyone, please be quiet. The competition is about to begin. I hope that everyone can show the civilization of our Ottoman Empire and leave the best competition environment for all the contestants. A young and handsome host stepped onto the stage of the final round of the God of Cookery tournament. He used a magic loudspeaker to broadcast his voice to every corner of the square. The voices of the commoners gradually quieted down. Close to 200,000 people's gazes fell on the host. Seeing that the situation was under control, the host smiled and said, "All right, thank you for your support for the new God of Cookery tournament. First, I would like to introduce the rules of this God of Cookery tournament and all of our current arrangements for everyone to enjoy. For this God of Cookery tournament, we have specially invited a few seniors of the culinary world to be the judges. Only they are qualified to determine the final God of Cookery tournament. We are very honored to have invited the wonderful God of Cookery Master Ming Xiu, the Spirit God of Cookery Master Yen, the Camel God of Cookery Master Zi Xiu, the Fierce God of Cookery Master Tian Jiu, and the Ghost God of Cookery Master Cha Ji, who had disappeared from the culinary world for many years. He was once the head of the culinary world and was the champion of the God of Cookery tournament many times. When he said the last 5 words, the host deliberately raised his voice. Before the start of this God of Cookery tournament, in order to make the God of Cookery tournament more enjoyable and the audience more professional, the God of Cookery Association had specially posted the top 10 champions of the God of Cookery tournament, as well as their characteristics. They also introduced in detail the abilities of these former God of Cookery and their contributions to the culinary world. In the introduction of the top 10, the name that the commoners saw the most was the Ghost God of Cookery Master Cha Ji. Out of the 10 championships, 5 of them were won by him. In the culinary world, Cha Ji was unanimously regarded as the pride of his generation. In the future, it was unlikely that anyone could surpass him. Until the appearance of Little Tian's yin-yang harmony Tai Chi hand, the elders of the culinary world thought that a genius comparable to Cha Ji had appeared. At this time, hearing the host say that the Ghost God of Cookery Master Cha Ji had arrived at the venue, how could the audience not be surprised? Their gazes fell on the long VIP seats behind the main stage. The judges were all there. They were searching for who was the real Ghost God of Cookery Master Cha Ji. The 5 former God of Cookery all stood up from their seats. Cha Ji had arrived a few days ago. This time, there were a total of 10 judges in the God of Cookery tournament. In addition to the 5 God of Cookery, there were also 5 elders of the culinary world. Although Cha Ji had been in seclusion for many years, he still stood in the middle of the 5 God of Cookery. Good, we thank the God of Cookery for coming. Their arrival will definitely bring glory to this God of Cookery tournament. Warm applause resounded throughout the entire square. Every audience was shouting and cheering loudly. The 5 God of Cookery waved to the audience, except for Cha Ji, who had the appearance of a middle-aged man. The other four god of cookery looked old. After the applause stopped, the host continued, "This competition is the same as the previous ones. All the contestants will compete on the same stage. The biggest highlight of the God of Cookery tournament is that in one day, the God of Cookery title will be decided. In the morning, all the chefs will compete at the same time. It is divided into 5 rounds, which are cold dishes, hot dishes, soup, pastries, and special culinary skills. Every chef participating in the competition had to go through these 5 competitions. After passing all the assessments, they will enter the final round. Only 10 people could enter the final round. Among these 10 people, 5 of them would be the champions of each of the 5 matches, while the other 5 would be chosen from those who had the highest overall points in each of the 5 matches. The final 10 chefs will be determined through the final round. In the final round, the 10 finalists will also have to make cold dishes, hot dishes, soup, pastries, and special culinary skills. After the comprehensive assessment, the scores will determine the order. There is a harsh condition. If the final winner did not win any of the 5 rounds, then, although he was the winner, he could not be crowned as the God of Cookery. After all, how could he be called the God of Cookery if he did not have a skill that was the best among his peers? Of course, the number of chefs in the final round was not necessarily 10. If the same chef won 2 rounds, the number of chefs in the final round would naturally be reduced by 1, and so on. However, since the beginning of the God of Cookery tournament, no one has been able to win 5 rounds at the same time. If that is the case, there is no need to hold the final round. The first rule of the God of Cookery tournament is that if there is a genius who can win 5 rounds at the same time, then the final round will be cancelled, and he will be crowned as the God of Cookery. While the host was reading the rules of the tournament, the VIP seats were not calm. "Old Xiaji, tell us the truth. What have you been doing all these years? We are all old, why are you still the same as before?" The hunchback God of Cookery glared at Xiaji, his eyes full of envy. Xiaji laughed and said, "Hunchback, are you still as perverted as before? I guess you are not firm anymore." The hunchback Xianxia said angrily, "You are the one who is not firm. You disappeared for more than 20 years, and now you come back to make fun of me." The spirit chef Nayan smiled and said, "He is not deliberately making fun of you. Who asked you to not change from young to old? However, I think your level is not as high as Xiaji's. Look at how well he takes care of himself. We are all old, but he has retained his youth. Moreover, he is already so old, but he is still able to have a child. How can I not admire him?" The several God of Cookery couldn't help but look at Bing Jia, who was not far away. Looking at her slightly protruding belly, their eyes were full of envy. Bing Jia blushed slightly and turned her head away, not looking at these old fellows. However, her heart was filled with sweetness. Even she didn't expect that she and Xiaji would be able to have a child at this age. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel grateful to Nian Bing. The hunchback Xiao's face was full of smiles, and he whispered in Xiaji's ear, "Old brother, teach this little brother, how did you do it? You also know that although I have countless women in my life, I have never had a child. This is my greatest pain." Xiaji shrugged and said proudly, "Do you want to know? I won't tell you. Weren't you so arrogant just now?" Xiao's face turned red. "We are all old brothers, you can't be so stingy, right?" Xiaji smiled and said, "Hunchback, you're already so old. It's time for you to settle down and enjoy your retirement. You're still thinking about the matters between men and women. It's not something people our age should do." Xiao said proudly, "My greatest wish in life is to die on a woman's belly. Life is short, and the most important thing is to live a wonderful life. I can't waste any time. Are you guys here to talk about picking up women? Or are you here to watch the competition?" A deep voice sounded from the side. This person was sitting on the other side of Xiaji. He was wearing a purple robe and had white hair and a white beard. His eyes were imposing, and he was frowning as he looked at Xiaji and the others. The God of Cookery Ming Xiu, who had been silent all this time, quickly said, "Let's watch the competition first." "Old Lai, don't lose your temper." Xiao snorted and said, "Old Lai, if you want to ruin the competition, you should shout louder. Who knows when you can change this bad temper of yours?" Us old brothers haven't been together for many years, I know. That brat called little Tian is your disciple. Now that he is in the limelight, are you still not satisfied? Fierce Chef Shen Tianjiu said indifferently, he is not my disciple yet, I don't recognize him. When he can defeat old Jia Ji, maybe I will recognize him. Jia Ji laughed, me? I can't. I have put down my cooking skills for many years, let alone your outstanding disciple. Even any one of you is much better than me. I am not at the age where I want to win. I just want to live a few years of normal life and be a good father when my child is born. That is enough. Fierce Chef Shen Tianjiu said coldly, Jia Ji, you have suppressed me my whole life. Damn, just thinking about it makes me angry. I don't care, if my disciple obtains the title of God of Cookery today, he will have the qualifications to challenge you. You must accept the challenge. Give me a chance to take revenge. Jia Ji laughed and said, Tianjiu, you are still so serious about winning and losing. You didn't admit it earlier, and now you are saying that he is your disciple? God of Cookery, I am afraid it won't be that easy. Fierce Chef Shen Tianjiu said, are you counting on that disciple of yours? I heard little Tian say that your disciple is indeed not bad, but I believe that little Tian will definitely win against him. Everything that happened to us will definitely not happen to my disciple. Little Tian has been learning cooking from me since he was 5, and it has been 20 years. His hard work is something that no one can compare to. Jia Ji shrugged and said, I don't know where that disdainful disciple of mine is now. I haven't seen him participate in the competition. Who knows, little Tian might really get first place in all 5 rounds and obtain the title of God of Cookery. However, even if that is the case, I will not accept his challenge. I am old and have no spirit. Can I admit defeat? Although he said it casually, he was cursing Nian Bing in his heart. The competition was about to start, but Nian Bing still had not appeared. He really did not know what that brat was doing. You, Jia Ji, you have fallen. Fierce Chef Shen's aura began to become unstable. The other gods of cookery knew that this was a sign that his temper was about to flare up. At this time, Jia Ji took out a small gourd and mysteriously handed it to Fierce Chef Shen Tianjiu, saying, do you know what this is? Fierce Chef Shen's nose twitched, but the gourd was sealed very well. He could not smell the smell inside, but his eyes still lit up. He anxiously said, is it wine? Jia Ji chuckled and said, your reputation as a fierce chef doesn't only come from your temper. At the same time, it also comes from your fondness for drinking strong liquor. Unfortunately, this isn't any strong liquor. It's just ordinary liquor. I don't know if you are interested. When Tianjiu heard the word wine, his face changed. He awkwardly swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice, we are the judges. It is not good to drink wine now. Jia Ji held back his laughter and said, then you can pretend to be serious. We will drink. While saying that, he opened the cork on the gourd. Suddenly, a rich fragrance drifted out. Although the fragrance was very strong, it was not cloying. Instead, it gave people a relaxed and happy feeling. The other gods of cookery were all people who knew their stuff. When they smelled this fragrance, their eyes immediately showed surprise. Camel Chef Xiao's eyes widened. He took a few deep breaths and said, boss, you disappeared all these years to brew the 100-flower dew. Damn, you are really too strong. You actually made this kind of immortal wine. Quick, let me have a taste. Before his hand could reach out, another faster hand had already snatched the gourd. It was Fierce Chef Shen Tianjiu. Fierce Chef Shen Tian carefully put the gourd in front of him as if he was holding a real treasure. This is a fine wine. How can it be described as wine? Miaoyi did not move, but Camel Chef and Spirit Chef stood up at the same time and rushed to Fierce Chef Shen Tian, shouting the slogan of sharing. Not giving, not giving. Fierce Chef Shen Tianjiu was like a child. He hugged the gourd in his arms and bent down to block the hands of the other 2 gods of cookery. Fortunately, the elders of the cooking world were not here yet. Otherwise, who knew what they would think when they saw these gods of cookery fighting? Fierce Chef Shen Tianjiu blocked the 2 gods of cookery and said, Jia Ji, tell me, what do you want in exchange? I want this gourd of 100-flower dew. You also know that I like wine the most. How can such a fine wine fall into the hands of a layman? Who are you calling a layman? Xixiao and Na Yan said in unison. Their hands attacked even faster. Zhao Ji smiled and said somewhat obscenely, then I want the cultivation method of the yin-yang harmony Tai Chi hand. Will you give it to me? Xixiao and Na Yan froze for a moment and stopped fighting. They were mostly just playing around. If fierce chef Tianjiu was really willing to use the yin-yang harmony Tai Chi hand cultivation manual to exchange for the 100-flower dew, they really had no reason to fight over it. The fierce chef god sat back down and looked at Cha Ji with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. The cultivation method of the yin-yang harmony Tai Chi hand was definitely the most precious thing to him, but the value of this gourd of 100 flowers dew was no less than the yin-yang harmony Tai Chi hand. They all knew how to brew the 100 flowers dew, but no one was able to brew this exceptional nectar. It was too difficult to find hundreds of exotic flowers and herbs at the same time. Every step during the brewing process was extremely important. The fragrance of the 100 flowers dew in the gourd was not only enough to make 100 flowers, but it was also very obvious that some precious flowers were used as raw materials. As a cooking god whose only hobby was wine, how he wished to have this gourd of 100 flower dew. Zhao Ji laughed after seeing fierce chef Shen Tianjiu's hesitation and said, okay, I'm just joking with you. I'll give you this gourd of 100 flower dew. Come, everyone has a share. We old brothers haven't seen each other for so many years, so consider it a gift for our first meeting. Then, like magic, he took out several gourds and handed them to the other 3 gods of cookery. The 4 master chefs were stunned. Although they were eager to get the 100 blossom dew, Cha Ji's gift was indeed a little too much. Seeing their hesitant looks, Cha Ji smiled and said, you don't have to thank me. For ordinary people, the 100 blossom dew is a rare treasure. However, I still have a lot in stock. This was not brewed by me. I don't have the ability to do so. It was all given to me by my precious disciple. When he has nothing to do, he will make some 100 blossom dew. The taste is really good. Chef Tianjiu's heart trembled. One must know that the 100 blossom dew was not as simple as wine. When used in cooking, even ordinary food would become precious. If Nian Bing had the 100 blossom dew, coupled with the culinary skills of the ghost chef bloodline, little Tian might not be able to defeat him. In terms of seasoning, the ghost chef had always been recognized as the strongest. Even the ghost king soy sauce red soul vinegar was very precious. At this time, the cooking competition had officially started. Cha Ji's gaze fell on the competition venue, looking for Nian Bing's figure. However, even when little Tian, who was in the middle of all the chefs, started cooking, Nian Bing still did not appear. Could it be that something happened to his disciple? Cha Ji could not help but feel anxious. However, he also understood that in this world, there was probably no one who could pose a threat to his disciple. What was Nian Bing doing now? If Cha Ji knew, he would be so angry that his nose would be crooked. He was sleeping soundly. They arrived at Ao Lan City early in the morning. Nian Bing sympathized with Long Ling's pregnant body and immediately found a hotel to stay in. He was afraid that his wives would be sleepy, so he simply booked a few rooms for them to rest first. In Nian Bing's mind, the cooking competition would only start tomorrow. How would he know that after waiting for 5 years for the cooking competition, he would miss it in his sleep? Ever since he did not need to cultivate magic, Nian Bing liked the feeling of sleeping very much. That peaceful and wonderful feeling could completely soothe his nerves, and also made him more alert when practicing his culinary skills. Nian Bing didn't wake up until noon. He stretched his body and sat up on the bed. Feng Nu and Lan Chen were sharing a room with him. Long Ling was the most important person to be protected. Under the watch of Cao and Tian Xiang, Long Ling had been pregnant. If Nian Bing wanted to get close to her, he had to get permission, and he couldn't be too intimate. You're awake. Shouldn't we register first? Feng Nu looked at her husband with a smile. After that battle, Nian Bing's parents personally went to the Ottoman Empire to ask for her hand in marriage. After a discussion, the wedding was held in secret. After all, Nian Bing had too much contact with the upper echelons of the 4 empires. If the wedding was extravagant, it would probably affect their stable lives in the future. The 5 women married Nian Bing at the same time. Although Feng Nu was slightly dissatisfied with sharing a husband with others, she was used to this kind of life. Now she felt that the more people, the livelier it was. The most important thing was that Nian Bing's love for her didn't decrease because of others. Nian Bing stretched and said, "Then I'll go register first." "You don't have to go. I'll cook for you when I come back later." She liked the dishes made by Nian Bing. The 8 women didn't even look at ordinary food. This was the reason why Mu Jing and Luo Ro stayed. At least, on the surface, it was so. After opening the door and leaving the room, Nian Bing stopped a waiter who happened to pass by and asked, "Do you know where the registration for the God of Cookery competition is?" The waiter was stunned. "Registration? The God of Cookery competition has already started. You can't register now." Nian Bing's whole body shook, and he lost his voice. "What did you say? It has already started? Isn't it starting tomorrow?" The waiter said, "That's not right. You must have remembered wrongly. It's clearly today." Nian Bing's mind raced, and he suddenly understood why he remembered wrongly. There was a time difference between the Ice Moon Empire and the Ottoman Empire. Although it wasn't very long, the time difference between the Ice Moon Empire and the Ottoman Empire was obviously based on the time in the Ice Moon Empire. Snow Pole also specifically told him to come early, but he wanted to arrive the day before the competition. No way, he had waited for 5 years and he actually missed the competition. Nian Bing was anxious. He hurried back to his room and told Feng Nu something, and immediately left by himself. The ability that he hadn't used for a long time was used again. Under the control of the space's emotions, he directly disappeared from his room. Feng Nu and Lan Chen were stunned when they heard Nian Bing say that he missed the time. The 2 girls smiled bitterly and hurried next door to call the others. The God of Cookery competition was in full swing. By noon, the judging for the morning competition had already ended. Little Tian had completed the entire competition with his near-perfect skills, but his heart was filled with disappointment. Because 5 years later, he still didn't see Nian Bing when he came to participate in the God of Cookery competition for the second time. At the judging panel, Zhao Ji's expression was a little ugly. Nian Bing actually didn't participate in the competition, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. What the hell was this kid doing? The competition ended just like that? Did he give up on participating in the God of Cookery competition? Or was he afraid that he wouldn't be able to compete with little Tian and lose face? The competition was indeed over. In the preliminary round, every chef had completed cold dishes, hot dishes, soup, noodles, and special cooking. Although Ghost Chef Zhao Ji was unwilling to admit it, there were the most outstanding chefs from various countries, but none of them could compete with little Tian's limelight. Little Tian relied on the yin-yang harmony Tai Chi hand, coupled with the superb cooking skills that he had comprehended for many years, and received the praise of all the judges. Everyone unanimously agreed that no matter which competition it was, no chef could compete with little Tian. Today, 5 years later, little Tian's cooking skills had become more mature. The 5 championships represented the appearance of the Saint God of Cookery. The first Saint God of Cookery in history. Fierce Chef Tianjiu looked at Zhao Ji proudly and said, "How is it? Now my disciple has the qualifications to challenge you. You have to admit that he is outstanding." Although Ghost Chef Zhao Ji's cooking skills had been neglected because of many years of broken tendons, and he had only recovered a little in these 2 years, but in terms of eyesight, no one in the entire cooking world could compare to him. Zhao Ji could clearly see that little Tian's cooking skills had reached the realm of perfection. Even at his peak, he might not be able to compare with him. Zhao Ji was not clear about what realm Nian Bing's cooking skills had reached. He was also a little hesitant. Even if Nian Bing really came, she might not be able to compare with little Tian in terms of cooking skills. Little Tian's cooking skills were at the peak of balance. In every competition, he could make delicious food that amazed everyone. Could it be that he really wants me to compete with him? The current me, even if I use the 100 Blossom Dew, it is unlikely that I can win against him. Seeing that Zhao Ji didn't say anything, fierce Chef Tianjiu felt even more carefree. For many years, the pressure and depression that Zhao Ji had brought to him seemed to have been relieved at this moment. On the stage that was originally used for the finals, the host used his somewhat high-spirited voice. He excitedly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, in today's God of Cookery tournament, everyone has seen the miraculous performance of Chef Little Tian. I believe that all of you understand what this means. The unprecedented Saint God of Cookery has been born in our Åland Empire's culinary tournament. Let us cheer for Chef Little Tian. Let us be proud of him. Next, we will invite the great king of the Ottoman Empire to personally present Chef Little Tian with the golden crown of the God of Cooking." Cheers rang out like a tidal wave. Although they had only watched the competition in the morning, Lil Tian's culinary skills had won the heartfelt admiration of all the spectators. They had never thought that a person's culinary skills could reach such a level. Although they could only watch with their eyes, their stomachs seemed to have obtained the greatest satisfaction. Little Tian stepped on the stage that was originally used for the final two contestants and waved to the audience. Yes, at this moment, the audience only belonged to him. However, the smile on Little Tian's face was somewhat forced. Who could understand the disappointment in his heart? Wait a moment. A clear voice suddenly rang out, reverberating in everyone's ears. Without any warning, a slender figure suddenly appeared beside Little Tian. He was wearing a plain white robe, and his handsome face and long golden hair made him look even more ordinary than Little Tian. The sudden change gave the host a fright, and the audience's gazes were also filled with shock. Chaji fiercely stood up from his seat. He had come. He had finally come. He was somewhat excited. Chaji looked at his disciple standing proudly on the stage and didn't know whether to be angry or happy. After all, the competition had already ended. Although he had come, he was too late. Nianbing stood on the stage. He seemed to only have Little Tian in his eyes, and Little Tian was also looking at him. Their gazes intertwined in the air. Momo, who was standing below the stage and looking at her husband, suddenly discovered that her husband's eyes revealed a light that she had never seen before. Although Nianbing had just appeared, Momo had already guessed her husband's thoughts. She was excited that her husband's wait had finally come to fruition. Regardless of whether he won or lost, at least Little Tian's wish would finally come true. "Sorry, I'm late," Nianbing said somewhat awkwardly. His face couldn't help but redden. Little Tian smiled and said, "It's fine. As long as we can meet, you aren't considered late. I often say to myself that before I defeat you, I will never be the true chef god." Nianbing said, "Even though I know that I'm late and have missed the God of Cookery tournament, I still came. I didn't come for the title of the God of Cookery. I came for you. I think we share the same thoughts on certain matters. Let me have a taste of your Yin Tai Chi hand." Little Tian nodded and took the magic loudspeaker from the host. He said loudly, "Everyone, please quiet down and listen to me. The person standing beside me is the disciple of Senior Ghost Chef God, the Ice and Fire Chef, Nianbing. Although I had a good result in the preliminaries, it doesn't mean that I have reached the peak of the cooking world. In my heart, there is always a peer that I respect the most in the cooking world, and that is Nianbing. Therefore, I think that the finals of the Chef God tournament today will be between Nianbing and me." The host at the side whispered, "Master Dong Dong, this doesn't seem to be against the rules, right?" Little Tian smiled faintly and said, "If I can't truly defeat Nianbing, then the title of Chef God is meaningless to me." The host looked at the judges for help. At this moment, the fierce Chef God had just stood up and said loudly, "I agree with this competition. Little Tian is right. If there is an opponent on the continent that he can't defeat, then the title of Chef God is meaningless. As the disciple of the Ghost Chef God, Nianbing is fully qualified to challenge Little Tian." Nianbing smiled. "The title of God of Cookery isn't important to me. What I need is for Sunmi to reach the pinnacle of her culinary skills. I think I've found my answer. That's why I want to have a simple competition with my most respected opponent. It won't take up too much of your time. At the same time, I am willing to share my thoughts with every chef here, so that we can spread the word of cooking together." Little Tian's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He looked at Nianbing and said, "You found the peak of cooking? Then let us begin. I think that the competition between us doesn't need to be too complicated. Each of us can cook a dish." Nianbing and Little Tian looked at each other and smiled knowingly, saying, "Exactly. Please. At this moment, the host had no reason to stop them and hurriedly stepped aside. Nian Bing and little Tian, this pair of fated opponents, looked at each other and walked towards the refined gold kitchen utensils. The staff immediately brought up all kinds of cooking ingredients. The two of them did not immediately start. Their gazes fell on the pile of ingredients. They seemed to be thinking and observing. Although there were many commoners watching the competition, at this moment, the entire royal square was silent. Everyone was looking forward to the start of this peak competition. The ones who were looking the most closely were naturally the 10 judges. When they saw the focused gazes of little Tian and Nian Bing, they could not help but silently nod their heads. This kind of gaze was something that only the best chefs could have. Only by completely pouring one's mind into the ingredients could one grasp the characteristics of each ingredient and make the most delicious food. After watching for the time of a meal, Nian Bing and little Tian finally moved. They came to the ingredients at almost the same time. Little Tian took out flour, while Nian Bing took out a piece of tenderloin. Both of them only took out a single ingredient. When they returned to the kitchen table, they could not help but smile at each other. This was because they both understood that the other party wanted to use the simplest ingredients to display their perfect cooking skills. At their level, they no longer needed helpers. After all, the helpers' cooking skills could not compare to theirs. Even the slightest mistake could cause flaws to appear in their perfect cooking. After adding water to the flour, little Tian gently inserted his hands into the white flour and began to slowly stir with the clear water. His movements were so gentle, but when his slender hands were stained with flour, they still looked so harmonious. Nian Bing did not move. She only placed the tenderloin flat on the kitchen table in front of her. She lowered her head and looked at the tender meat. No one knew what she was thinking. Little Tian's movements were still not fast, but each of his movements looked so harmonious. He gently stirred the flour in the basin in a clockwise direction. Gradually, the flour had already condensed into a ball. Strangely, little Tian's hands did not leave a single bit of flour behind. Just this kind of skill was not something that an ordinary chef could do. Little Tian's hands finally moved faster. With a light shake of his palms, he tossed the dough into the air. His hands miraculously moved the dough, and the dough immediately began to spin at high speed. However, it only sped up slightly before his hands returned to their original speed. Palm after palm, he gently patted the falling dough, bringing it back to a foot in the air in front of him. Every time he patted the dough, he would gently press and rub the dough, and the depression in the dough would immediately disappear and return to its original shape. The dough began to revolve around little Tian's body. A faint white light gradually appeared around little Tian's body. The gentle light seemed to make the dough dance, and every movement was so beautiful. Those who were close could see that little Tian's hands were no longer touching the dough. The dough would gently bounce up an inch away from his hands. On the judging panel, fierce chef god Tianjiu proudly said in a low voice, "This is the highest level of the yin-yang harmony Tai Chi hand. Perfect as one. When the dough is in little Tian's hands, it will be changed by the yin and yang energy from his hands, showing perfection. Using the yin-yang harmony Tai Chi hand on the surface is the best choice." Nian Bing still did not move. She was still looking at the tenderloin in front of her. His head was lowered, and his clean hands were resting on the tenderloin. If one looked at his face, they would discover that his expression was constantly changing, sometimes happy and sometimes sad. Cha-ji seemed to have not heard fierce chef Tianjiu's words. His gaze was firmly fixed on his disciple, and a faint smile gradually appeared on his face. Although Nian Bing did not seem to have done anything, this ghost chef, who was once the #1 genius in the cooking world, felt a strange aura from his disciple. That was the aura he had been searching for. Little Tian's movements changed. His right hand suddenly stretched forward, and his left hand pulled back. The dough stopped in front of him for a moment. Then, he pulled back his hands, and immediately pulled the dough to both sides. Suddenly, the dough was pulled into a long strip. Little Tian's body began to spin. His feet moved in a strange and graceful pace. Every time he spun, the dough in his hand would bounce a few times. It seemed to have always been a long strip of the ground, and it was gradually dispersing. His movements were still so gentle, but the gentle movements became faster. Gradually, people could only see his spinning body turning into a huge white ball of light, but they could no longer see his body. Perfect as one. The yin-yang harmony Tai Chi hand had already reached its peak under little Tian's control. At this time, Nian Bing finally moved. Her right hand gently wiped the tenderloin in front of her 3 times, without using any cooking utensils. The tenderloin had already been divided into 4 sections. Fierce Chef Tianjiu asked Cha Ji beside him in a low voice with some doubt, "What, your disciple is not going to use the Rain Dragon Dance Saber technique that you are best at?" Cha Ji smiled faintly and said, "Your disciple is not using the Cleansing Flame Sunset Saber technique that you are best at. The children have already grown up, and they all have their own ideas. We only need to watch." Nian Bing's eyes flashed, and the 4 tenderloins in front of him floated into the air. Nian Bing's hands flicked, and 4 small flames appeared under the 4 tenderloins without any warning. The light and size of the flames were exactly the same, without any difference. The 4 tenderloins had already begun to slowly rotate. Nian Bing did not move, but his gaze moved from the first tenderloin to the last, stopping at each tenderloin for the same amount of time. At this time, the judges finally saw that when Nian Bing looked at each tenderloin, the expression on his face was different, and the flames would also change slightly under his gaze. Camel Chef Xianxia said in doubt, "Nian Bing, this kid can't just want to roast the meat. Even if he can use magic to make the meat have different flavors, it can't be compared to little Tian's yin-yang harmony and Tai Chi hands. You have to know, noodles made in the perfect is one realm, although there is only one flavor, but it encompasses almost all flavors. That is the pinnacle of cooking." Cha Ji looked at his wife with a smile, and Bing Jia was also looking at him. Back then, Cha Ji withdrew from the world of cooking because of simple roast meat. At that time, he also thought that roast meat would not have any big changes, but in the end, he lost to that tenderloin. Cha Ji's eyes were a little moist. He understood that his disciple wanted to use this method to wash away the shame of his defeat. From where he fell, he would stand up. Little Tian's movements suddenly stopped, and the noodles in his hands disappeared, because the noodles had fallen into the boiling water. Then, little Tian did something that shocked everyone. He actually dipped his hands into the boiling water, and began to move slowly. Chef Tianjiu sighed softly and said, "Making noodles needs to be balanced with yin-yang, and Tai Chi cooking noodles is the same. Only this way can it be the most perfect noodles." A faint meat fragrance gradually drifted out from the tenderloin in Nian Bing's 4 flames. The tenderloin had already turned golden under the uniform roasting. Although from the fragrance, Nian Bing seemed to have the upper hand among the judges, other than Cha Ji, who still had confidence in him, the other 9 people were not optimistic about Nian Bing's chances. This competition progressed very quickly. When Nian Bing's 4 pieces of roast meat landed on the plate, little Tian's noodles had also just landed in his bowl. Simple noodles without any seasoning, only half a bowl of faint noodle soup. How could noodles without seasoning taste good? Of course not. The seasoning for little Tian's noodles was his yin-yang harmony and Tai Chi hands. The noodles were personally brought to the judges' table by little Tian. At this time, the number of judges had increased to 11, and the extra one was the Ottoman Empire's king who had prepared to give out the award. Nian Bing walked behind little Tian. On his plate were 4 simple pieces of golden roast meat. From the perspective of roasting meat, pure thin tenderloin was definitely not the best choice. Most chefs knew that only meat with a balance of fat and lean was suitable for roasting. However, Nian Bing had chosen tenderloin. This was also one of the reasons why most of the judges were not optimistic about him. At this time, the 8 girls who came to Alan City with Nian Bing had already arrived below the competition stage. They were all watching in silence. When Nian Bing walked up to the judges' table, he glanced at them. There was only one thing in his eyes, and that was confidence. The large bowl of noodles was evenly divided into 11 portions. All of the judges began eating at the same time. As soon as the noodles entered their mouths, everyone's expression changed. Even little Tian's master, fierce Chef Tianjiu, was no exception. Eating a small bowl of noodles naturally did not take long. However, to be able to eat it all in just 3 breaths of time despite the scalding heat, was enough to prove how skilled this chef was. Jia Ji smiled and nodded at little Tian. What a good yin-yang harmonious Tai Chi hand. This is the most delicious noodles I have ever eaten in my life. Your master was right. Under the harmony of yin and yang, the noodles are perfectly round. It has the limitless taste of the world. This aftertaste is probably enough for me to enjoy for an entire day. I can only think of the word perfect to describe it. To judge the level of cooking, one should judge from the 5 aspects of color, aroma, taste, meaning, and shape. However, although this bowl of noodles of yours only reflects the word taste, it is already enough. It represents everything, and also surpasses everything. Xianxia. You were able to accept such a good disciple. I am really happy for you. Fierce chef Xianxia looked deeply at little Tian. He only said one sentence, no matter if you win or lose. From now on, you are my official disciple. Others might think that fierce chef Xianxia was just being polite because of Zhaji's face. However, fierce chef Xianxia knew that Nian Bing's roasted meat was definitely not simple. Although he could not see anything from the surface, from Zhaji's confident expression, he understood that it would not be easy for little Tian to obtain victory. Little Tian respectfully bowed to the judges and retreated to the side. Nian Bing came to his original position and placed the plate in his hand on the table. A blue light suddenly appeared and jumped between his 5 fingers. In an instant, the 4 pieces of meat were divided into 12 equal portions. Zixio asked doubtfully, "You want each of us to taste 4 pieces of meat? Could it be that these 4 pieces of meat are different from each other?" Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "You will know after you try." The judges started to move with doubtful hearts. Little Tian was also watching attentively. Other than the 11 judges, Nian Bing placed the last 4 pieces of roasted meat in his hand and nodded lightly to him. Fierce chef Xianxia was the most impatient to start tasting. He wanted to know where Zhaji's confidence came from. When the first piece of roasted meat entered his mouth, his expression suddenly froze. Following that, a warm smile appeared on his face, as if he was very excited. When he ate the second piece of roasted meat, the expression on his face suddenly changed. His brows furrowed, as if he was suppressing his anger. When he ate the third piece of roasted meat, his expression changed from anger to sorrow. The light in his eyes dimmed significantly. After eating the last piece of roasted meat, fierce chef Xianxia suddenly laughed loudly. The 12 people all ate 4 pieces of roasted meat. The variety of expressions on their faces was not inferior to fierce chef Xianxia's. It was just that the order of their expressions was different. Nian Bing opened his mouth. His voice was very calm, but it reached the ears of everyone in the Alland Royal Square. The peak of culinary skills that I have inquired about can be summed up in 2 words, and that is emotions. Every chef, when using different emotions to make dishes, the taste of the dishes they make will change. When they are in a good mood, they might be able to make delicious dishes. But when they are in a bad mood, the taste of the dishes will be greatly reduced. If an ordinary chef wants to improve their culinary skills, then controlling their emotions is very important. As long as they learn to focus, then their culinary skills will rise to another level. Focus is a type of emotion. However, it is not the true secret of culinary skills. Every emotion can be applied by the chef who made the food. If the mystery of every emotion can be fully reflected, then even if it is a negative emotion, it will still be possible to make delicious dishes. Using emotions to infect, to sense the emotions of all the ingredients, and under one's control, to perfect the emotions in one's culinary skills. This is the true peak of culinary skills. The yin-yang harmony taiji hand may be able to make a dish possess countless flavors, but it is impossible for it to include emotions. On the surface, the 4 pieces of meat that I was roasting today were cooked in the same way. However, when I was roasting the 4 pieces of meat, I was in a different mood. The tenderloin affected my mood, and the flames of the roasting meat also affected my mood. My mood was the best seasoning for the 4 pieces of meat. Thus, the 4 pieces of meat contained the taste of happiness, anger, sadness, and joy respectively. I infected the food, and the food infected the person who ate it. To me, this is enough. Nian Bing's words caused the commoners to be confused, but all of the chefs fell into deep thought. Little Tian seemed to be the first to regain his senses. Walking in front of Nian Bing, a brilliant smile appeared on his face. I have lost. So, you have really found the true peak of culinary skills. Emotions, what a good emotion. Nianbing smiled and said, perhaps, this is not the true peak. However, if a chef is able to control the combination of their emotions, then their culinary skills will rise to another level. Emotions are the representative of this new realm. The roasted meat that I made today might not be able to compare with your noodles in terms of taste, but I want to convey a new concept. I think this should be of some help to you. Little Tian nodded and said, Nianbing, thank you. You have allowed me to understand many things. The ancestor who created the yin-yang harmony Taiji hand made a living by making steamed buns. He used the yin-yang harmony Taiji hand to make the sweetest steamed buns. In the secret book, when his lover left him, the steamed buns that he made had a bitter taste. From then on, his culinary career ended. Now, I finally understand why. It was because he could not control his emotions well enough to match his culinary skills. Your words have already brought me into a new realm. The title of the god of cookery belongs to none other than you. Nianbing looked at Jia Ji, and Jia Ji was also looking at her. The master and disciple looked at each other and smiled. Nothing needed to be said. End of chapter 256. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.